you this secret. It's very easy to prepare. Everything you need, you already have at home, and I'm going to teach you the step-by-step right now. Now pay close attention to this video, because in this short video, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know to transplant the right way, to prepare the substrate for planting so it will be loaded with flowers like this, and even the ingredients that the experts keep from you, so you can have very abundant flowering on your plants, healthy leaves with vibrant green, abundant new shoots, and even plants with accelerated growth. Just look at these plants that we grow in pots. New plants, but with very strong and abundant growth. And this is the knowledge you'll be able to apply to any plant you have at home to achieve these amazing results. Anyone who loves plants knows how frustrating it is to see your plant, which has everything it needs to grow abundantly and bloom beautifully, because we care for it with love, we water it, we fertilize it, all with so much affection, but suddenly it just stops and there are no flowers at all. Isn't it truly heartbreaking to wait so long for those flowers and have them never actually appear? This used to happen to me all the time until I finally discovered the hidden secrets that the experts keep from us, so that even your young plants can have plenty of vibrant blooms, health, vitality, and lush abundant leaves. Take this desert rose for example. See how, even though it's small, it's already going to produce lots of flowers, and it has already bloomed here in this small pot. And this happened to me with several plants. Even my impatiens, which are usually very floriferous, wouldn't bloom. Now look at this, just recently transplanted, and it's already bringing blooms, and strong ones at that, with very vibrant leaves. The real secret, folks, is to create the perfect environment that encourages the plant to produce flowers, grow, and thrive. And that's exactly what I'm going to teach you to set up for any plant you have at home. The perfect environment for leaf development, flowering, and accelerated growth. I'm going to do a transplant together with you. This works for anyone planting or for those who are transplanting a plant into a new pot. We're going to plant this one in this pot, and I'll show you the details that make all the difference. Whenever I transplant a plant, I buy pots that have plenty of holes. The more holes at the bottom, the better, because that's for drainage. It's where the excess water will pass through, and it prevents the roots from rotting when you water the plant. And now I have here 2 sheets of toilet paper. I'm going to separate them and place them at the bottom of my pot. Why am I going to put this at the bottom of my pot? Whenever we water, if the substrate isn't compacted yet, it can come out through the little holes, so this will prevent the substrate from passing through, but it won't stop the water from draining. So I make this thin layer with 2 sheets of toilet paper at the bottom of the pot, covering those holes. And now the biggest secrets to proper planting are about to begin. Whenever we're going to plant, we add a drainage layer, and here I'm going to use charcoal. The charcoal can be in very small pieces, and it's extremely important to add it to our substrate, to our pot, at planting time. Why? The charcoal needs to be new, it can't be used, it can't have grease or salt, and it can't be from a barbecue, okay? It will make the soil lighter, maintain ideal moisture in the substrate, and most importantly, it prevents fungi and bacteria from settling in your plant's roots. That's why the best substrates already have charcoal included. It's like a natural purifier inside your plant's soil. Now, with our pot already prepared, we're moving on to the most important part, which is preparing the planting soil. And this is where the difference lies between a plant with accelerated growth and high production of flowers and fruits, and those plants that just stall over time. In approximately 2 liters of substrate, you're going to add, look, 1 spoonful of this ingredient and 2 spoonfuls of this ingredient here. What is this, Weny Plantas? This here, folks, is what I always tell you to save. You know those eggshells from the eggs you use at home? Save them, let them dry, and crush them up really well, because they're rich in calcium, micronutrients, and they improve the oxygenation of the soil for any plant. Add them to the substrate where you're going to plant your plants. Now we're going to add an ingredient that really stimulates flowering. What we're going to use is rich in phosphorus. It's bone meal, which you probably already know. Bone meal is one of the natural ingredients with the highest concentration of calcium available for plants. And from this special ingredient, we're going to add, look, a heaping spoonful here to our substrate. A heaping spoonful of bone meal to increase the calcium, micronutrients, and especially the phosphorus for our plant. And that's exactly what will help to stimulate much better flowering and stronger rooting in our plant. Guys, you know, sometimes I feel a bit sad because there are just so many people who really do not know about the amazing power that bone meal has to provide incredibly strong, healthy, and very robust roots for our plants. But now that we have strong roots and a very solid structure in our substrates, we're going to do the fertilization. This one here, guys, is the most complete fertilizer I know for stimulating flowering. This is Forte Flores, a fertilizer that already contains NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and also has 9 more micronutrients that strengthen our plant and are essential for the survival of any plant. And this is the ingredient we're going to add here. Look, basically just a little bit. It is very concentrated, it's rich, and it goes a long way. You can find all these nutrients I'm telling you about here in the link in the description. I'll make it easy for you to access no matter where you happen to live. Now, in our substrate, we're going to mix all these different ingredients together. Here we add eggshells, which provide calcium, vitality for the leaves, vitality for the roots, and also vitality for the stems of our plants. We also add fertilizer rich in phosphorus to increase rooting capacity and strengthen the roots of our plants. And we also have Forte Flores, which is an excellent fertilizer to help you stimulate vigorous, vibrant flowering that really holds on the plant, any plant you have at home. Just mix it into the substrate, and now we're going to do the planting, but pay close attention. Stay with me until the end of this video, because planting must be done in exactly the right way for you to get the very best results possible. Now we are going to take the seedling we have here and carefully remove it from this pot, taking out the whole root ball while trying to disturb the roots of this plant as little as we possibly can. Just look at how incredibly exuberant these roots are. We're going to place it right in the center of the pot. And now we're going to add our substrate, which is a perfectly balanced, highly nutritious, and exceptionally porous growing mixture. It's a light substrate that will really provide absolutely everything our plant needs to grow, develop, and produce plenty of vibrant new shoots in a very healthy and natural way. See how simple it is to do the planting. Notice that every pot has a line, which indicates up to where you should fill in the substrate. Whenever you plant something, you should only add substrate up to this line, because this is where the water can breathe. When you water, there's space for the water to stay until it penetrates the soil. Then we gently press the substrate here to firmly secure the roots in the new substrate. Our enriched substrate already has complete nutrition, and our plant is now successfully planted. Look how beautiful it turned out. What a rich and powerful thing. And I'm going to show you how this simple care will bring about flowering. This plant doesn't have any flowers yet, but the flowering will come very quickly. If you keep following our videos, I'll show you in the next videos the amazing results. But I already have a result to show you. I'm going to show you now what happens when we plant the right way with the right nutrients, which the professionals don't want you to know about. You need to pay close attention to one thing. Some people leave the video before it ends, and that's why they have problems when applying the tips. If you're still here, you're going to get one of the most important tips. This is information you cannot neglect. Whenever you do the planting, the first rule is that it needs to be very abundant, and you shouldn't apply anything else to your plant for 30 days. You should not use any additional fertilizer or any extra plant food at this stage, because here in this mix we have already added everything it needs to start stimulating the flowering process. Then, after 30 days have passed, you can go back to using a small spoonful of Forte Flores in the soil of your plant to keep feeding it every 30 days with this flowering fertilizer. And always remember to give it a very generous watering after planting, exactly as we are doing here. Hey Henny, does this really work? Just take a look here. This little plant here, already loaded with flowers, has grown abundantly, and now that its flowering season is coming, it's not even the right time yet. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look at the amazing result. All you need to do is see for yourself, or even try it at home and comment below with your results. What a beautiful bloom. With this nutrition in these proportions, there's no way it can go wrong. I congratulate you for watching the whole video and following the tip exactly, because you'll come back and say, wow, I tried these tips and they really worked. It works for any plant. Flowers have more vibrant colors, last longer on the plant, and growth is much more vigorous. It grows much faster. Guys, my mission here is to show you some tested and proven tips in a completely free way, so you can easily apply them at home and actually get real practical results. But I want you to be part of this mission too. I want you to judge, to evaluate down below, and tell me what score you give today's content. Leave a score from 0 to 10 here in the comments, letting me know what you thought of the information in today's content. And if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, it would be incredibly helpful and important that you subscribe and activate the notification bell, because that's the absolute best and only way you'll get notified for free each and every single time we post a new video here on the channel. Please consider sharing this video in your groups with the people you truly care about, because I'm absolutely sure this content will help a lot of people. Save that beautiful garden that's lacking nutrients, that's sick, or that's just not healthy. All the items we use in our videos, I leave a direct link down below so you can easily access them if you don't already have them at home. Depending on your region, you might even be able to get free shipping. All you need to do is simply click on this link right here. If you like this kind of content, I have some important information for you. Right here in this little box, there's a really cool video that people loved, and I'm going to suggest it for you so you can binge watch our channel and learn more about plants. A big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video. Bye-bye. If you wake up in the morning and find your garden plants are full of holes with ragged, chewed up leaves, and yet you never actually see the pest who's causing all this damage, then it's simply because the culprit is acting while you're sound asleep. But you don't need to worry anymore because today I'm going to show you the method that will put a definitive end to snails, slugs, and all those creatures that wreak havoc on your plants. If you don't fight them, they'll eat the whole plant, you know? Snails and slugs are notorious for being experts at destroying our plant leaves, and even those vulnerable younger shoots. And one detail that many people don't know is that they cause this damage because they're nocturnal creatures and usually during the day you don't see them. This recipe is homemade and extremely powerful. But what many gardeners don't realize is that often we ourselves unintentionally create the perfect environment for these animals to attack our plants and survive in our garden. Slugs, snails, and also apple snails love damp, shaded, and dark environments. Just look at how many apple snails, and slugs there are around here. When you water your garden in the late afternoon hours or at night, the surrounding environment becomes humid and dark, which is like an open invitation for these garden pests to come into your garden and onto your plants. So before any remedy, know that to avoid these problems on your leaves, the ideal is to always water in the early morning so that by night the soil is already less humid and doesn't become an open invitation for pests to attack your plants. Now I'm going to show you the natural solution that has already helped many people eliminate these pests from their plants, their gardens, and their vegetable patches. And this remedy creates a smell and a substance that really bother the bodies of snails, making them avoid and completely flee from that area. The best part is that you probably already have all these ingredients at home. If you don't have them right now, you can easily find them. And the very first ingredient we're going to use in our straightforward and simple homemade recipe is mint. Weny. We're going to carefully add a level teaspoon of mint into our container. If you have whole mint leaves, just chop them up like this and put them directly into the container so we can continue with the mixture. Mint contains natural oils with a very strong smell, which repels various types of pests, including snails and slugs. And now we're moving on to the second ingredient, which is powdered pepper or paprika. You will need just a tiny amount, just the tip of the spoon, and we'll also add it to our solution. Pepper contains substances that are irritating to the soft bodies of snails. They hate the smell and the effect that powdered pepper has on their skin, on their bodies. That's why we're also going to add it to our container. The next ingredient is this powder right here. You can also find it easily. You can use this in powder form or fresh. This here, folks, is garlic. This is garlic powder. We're also going to add just the tip of the spoon, but you can also use fresh garlic just like you buy at the supermarket. You crush 1 or 2 cloves of garlic and put them in here. And you probably already know that garlic contains natural compounds like sulfur and allicin, which act as natural repellents, inhibiting both pests like snails and slugs, as well as other types of pests. And the fourth ingredient is this right here. We're going to add a spoonful, okay? A tablespoon of this coffee grounds. You can use already used coffee grounds, just let them dry thoroughly and put them in here along with this mixture. These are the 4 ingredients we're going to mix together at first. And we're also going to add a liquid here so we can use and apply this to our plants. But as you probably already know, caffeine is extremely unpleasant for snails and helps to keep them and other pests away, like flying pests, for example. So this little homemade recipe of ours, although it is highly effective against snails, slugs, apple snails, and other types of mollusks, it also works really well for many other types of common pests that attack your plants or your garden. But the recipe isn't finished yet. Right here we have the 4 main ingredients, and now we're going to add the very next one to the mix. Now I have here 300 milliliters of warm water. You will gently heat 300 milliliters of water, and we are going to add and mix these ingredients into the 300 milliliters of water so we can make our solution, finish it, and apply it. But there's a right way to apply it, which I'm going to teach you now. First, mix it all together very well, making sure the mixture is homogeneous, and let it sit and rest here for a few hours so that the substances are released into the water. So everything that we've added here will be released into this warm water. The water will cool down, but it will cool down with all the substances that slugs and other pests hate. And then after that, that's what we're going to use. But first, it also needs to be strained. I'll show you the step-by-step process. Before I show you this step-by-step, leave a comment here letting me know if you're already subscribed to the channel or if you're subscribing now. Also, please leave a comment with the city, state, and country where you're watching us from. because I love to see how far this kind of content is reaching, how many people we're helping, and which specific places on the planet our videos and tips are getting to. Isn't it really cool to know that? So now we're gonna let this mixture rest here. Let it rest for about 2 or 3 hours. And that's already enough for this to take effect. This here is a concentrated base. We're going to need to dilute it, and I'll show you the step-by-step in just a moment. Now you can grab an old cloth, an old shirt, or any piece of fabric because we're going to strain our solution. Once the mixture has had enough time to rest, we are going to separate these solid residues from the liquid residue, which is exactly where all the substances we need to effectively get rid of the snails are located. And here we will have a concentrated solution which we will then dilute as we begin to use it. What we've made here yields quite a lot because it can be diluted in up to 3 liters of water. All of this solution here is just the base to make up to 3 liters of this insecticide, this pest repellent that snails and slugs hate. In this recipe, we made 300 milliliters of concentrate, but we're only going to use 1 liter of this substance. So we're only going to dilute 100 milliliters. For every 100 milliliters of concentrate, we'll make 1 liter of the complete solution. So here we have 100 milliliters. Look at the color it turns. It gets really strong, you see? It should never be used like this. You need to dilute it in water. Here in my spray bottle, I put 1 liter of water, and we're going to add 100 milliliters of the concentrate we set aside to 1 liter of water. It's already been strained, so we can pour it straight into the spray bottle. Now, all we need to do is spray it on our plants. Ideally, you should spray it late in the afternoon, right as it starts getting dark outside, and preferably in the specific areas where you have noticed your most affected plants are located. You're going to spray it on the leaves on the plant itself, and especially on the soil around your plant. Never forget that you should not apply this substance when the plant is under strong sunlight because it can burn the plants. Ideally, you should apply it at night as it is more effective then. At the end of the afternoon, slugs, snails, and shell snails start coming out to feed on your plants. And that's the moment when you should apply your product. You can also apply it to the leaves. You can apply it here on the stem under the leaves. You can apply it everywhere, but don't forget to also apply it to the soil, which is where these pests move around. Here, it's an environment full of various plants that stays quite humid, and you can apply it directly on them, whether they're ornamental plants, fruit trees, or even in vegetable gardens, because these little pests, snails, shell snails, and slugs, love them. And then you just need to do exactly what I'm doing here. Sprinkle it over them. You can throw it on the soil too. Don't worry about using too much. This recipe is really cheap. The cost is very low, so you can apply it quite generously, so the soil is also affected by this little product. It's very simple and easy to make, isn't it? This has been the method I use most effectively here in our nursery. This is how I get rid of various pests. But you can also use a method that has proven to be quite effective and works very well for those who have just a few plants, for those with a very small garden, which is to use wood ash on top of the soil of your plants. When snails, slugs, or shellfish come to attack your plants, contact with the wood ash bothers them a lot, and this way you get rid of them as you keep using it. This method with wood ash is not as effective because when it rains or when you water, the effect wears off and then you need to apply it again. But this one here is different. It stays in the soil, acts for long periods, and you should use it only until that swarm of slugs is gone. When you see that their numbers have decreased, you can stop applying it, and if you notice them coming back, start applying it again. It's simple, easy to make, and very cheap, isn't it? This tip and all the ones we share here on the channel are tested and proven to work here in our nursery. And that's exactly our mission, to bring you tested and proven tips so you can apply them in your garden and get immediate results. And best of all, we do all of this for you for free. Can you imagine how sad it would be for a slug or a snail to eat a cactus like this just because of negligence, because I didn't know how to take care of it, or even knowing I didn't take care of it? There's something very important you need to do before you leave this video and watch the next one, which is to rate this content from 0 to 10. Let us know in the comments how much this tip can help in your garden. The content we bring here to the channel takes time, it's hard work to make, and it's not easy. That's why if our tips have helped you, consider becoming a member here on the channel. You'll get benefits and you'll help keep this content free so we can keep bringing you content like this to help you take better care of your garden. Subscribe to the channel right now before you forget and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss the next videos. Leave your like, share this video with that person you thought of who needs this tip. And more importantly, please don't leave our channel before watching the video I'm suggesting for you down here. because I'm sure you'll learn even more about how to take better care of your garden. A kiss to your heart. See you in the next video. Bye. Have you ever lost a beautiful fruit because when you opened and cut it, even though you picked it straight from the tree, it had worms inside? This happens a lot with mangoes, guavas, jabuticabas, and even acerolas. You take care of the plant all year long, fertilize it, water it, and do everything you can to boost its production. But when it's time to harvest and enjoy the results, you end up losing all your fruit to the fruit fly, which is what causes the rotting and brings those larvae into your fruit. But the worst part is, the more fruit you have, the more worms you find inside them. And this is a problem a lot of people have brought to me, and I'm going to teach you how to solve it once and for all and get rid of this issue. And that's not all either. Besides teaching you how to have a really healthy fruit with no worms at all, just look at this wonder of nature. I'm also going to show you what to do so that after you get rid of the fruit fly problem in your orchard or fruit trees, you can grow amazing fruit like this one here, healthy and sweet. Worms in the fruit are a problem, but we're going to address the root cause, which is the fruit fly. And the fruit fly doesn't attack your plant's leaves, it doesn't attack the stem, it goes straight for the fruit, breaks through that protective skin, lays its eggs inside, and that creates the perfect environment for those worms, for the guava worm, the fruit worm. Regular insecticides almost never work because the fruit itself has already become a shield for the guava worm. You won't be able to reach the worm inside the fruit with insecticide, and you're not going to keep spraying insecticide on any fruit you plan to eat either. So what Embrapa suggests, and it's been confirmed that this method is 100% effective, is a trap using a 500 milliliter PET bottle. That's what I'll use, but you can use any size. And we're going to make a proper trap to break the life cycle of this pest, this fruit fly. And this is where the real fight and solution for your infested plants and fruits comes in. All you'll need at home is a peat bottle. I have a 500 milliliter one here, but any size will work, okay? The important thing is that it has a cap. Now, I'm going to use a hot iron, but if you don't have one, you can use a nail heated over a flame. The most important thing you need to do here is make 4 holes in the sides of your PET bottle, positioned approximately in the middle. The holes shouldn't be too big or too small. The holes need to be exactly the right size for a fly to get inside the bottle, because we're going to put bait in here. We'll talk about that in a minute. But basically, the hole should be slightly smaller than the width of your finger, roughly the same diameter as a pencil. Look, this is the thickness you should make these little holes in the bottle. These holes will allow the fly to get inside this PET bottle, but will make it harder for them to get out. That's also why you need to make these little holes in the middle of the PET bottle, because they'll try to get out through the top, which is completely sealed. They won't find these little holes here. They're drawn in by the attractant, by the bait we're about to make. To prepare the substance that will attract the flies, it's really simple. I have here about 100 milliliters of water. I'm going to add here, look, 1-2 tablespoons of sugar. It can be brown sugar or white sugar, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's really sweet to attract those flies. Just like this, it already works, but how can we make it even better, more aromatic? You're going to add fruit pulp here. You're going to put the fruit in, preferably very ripe. It can be the same fruit that's already being attacked by these flies at your place. Here, I'm going to use something they really like, which is jabuticaba, folks. The jabuticaba from here is really sweet because we take good care of it, and the flies love this little fruit because it's so sweet. So we're going to use it as bait too, and then we'll put it in here, basically making a syrup, a juice that really appeals to the flies' taste, something that's truly attractive to them. This little bottle keeps falling over because it's really windy, but I put the fruit in here, and I can either blend it in a blender, or I can just come here and mash the fruit a bit, just to release the aroma. The fermentation of the sweet, ripening fruit pulp is what's really going to effectively draw in and attract the flies to our homemade container, to our trap. This works, folks, 100% guaranteed, okay? I'm showing you this not because I have a fly problem on my plants, because I already used this trap here. I'm doing this for you in detail because a lot of people have been asking me about it, and for me, something that seems so simple, I've been doing this for a long time and it works, might not be so simple for others. So I see that this is a challenge for some people, so I'm going to do it for you and show you how it works in practice. So take a look at how our solution turned out, which we're going to use as bait inside our PET bottle, inside our trap. Guys, if you're enjoying this, go ahead and leave a like and comment which country, city, or state you're watching from, because we love to know how far these videos are reaching, okay? Now, let's put our solution into the PET bottle, into our trap. Let's stir it well to mix the sugar into the water and make a homogeneous solution, and then we'll actually put it into the trap. This trap, guys, works in a very simple way. The fly is attracted by the fermentation of the fruit, goes in through the little holes in the bottle, falls into the liquid, and can't get out anymore. Then it dies inside. And that's how you break the life cycle of this pest in your house. That's why if you don't fight it, flies will never stop showing up. They'll just keep increasing because that's how their cycle works. It lays its eggs inside the fruit, and then the fruit falls, you don't eat it, more flies are produced, and the number just keeps growing. So take a look at how our trap turned out here. You can use this juice here. You can add mango, passion fruit, or even guava itself. Flies love guava, you know? It's one of the fruits with the highest incidence of bugs, so it also works really well to use exactly the fruit that's being attacked. The fly will prefer, instead of piercing through the tough skin of the fruit, to come here, where the smell is better and there's no obstacle for her to get in, right? Now we can put the lid on here, and how are we going to use this trap? I'm making one here to show you, but normally you use 1 or 2 traps per tree. If it's a really big tree, you can put a trap on each side, and I'll show you how to do that. But the more of these traps you have, the much more quickly you'll successfully eliminate those fruit flies in your area, and the quicker you'll see results. Now, I'm going to take a long piece of sturdy string and securely tie up this PET bottle. You should use whatever's easiest for you. If you have wire, you can use that too. You're just going to tie it right here, see, at the mouth of our trap, because we're going to hang it directly on the fruit tree that's starting to bloom, that's starting to bear fruit. Don't wait for the fruit to ripen before you put this there, okay? You should put it up before the fruit ripens, preferably when it's just starting to form, because that's when the fruit fly is already present. And if you have some wire, you can use that too. The important thing is that this is hanging up there. Now, let's go apply this directly to the tree. But don't leave this video yet, because at the end, I'm going to share another tip that will improve your fruit production and the quality of the fruits your trees will bear. And the solution I'm about to show you in this video works for any kind of fruit you have at home. Now you're going to take your trap and hang it up nice and tight here. See? On the fruit tree you have at home. Make sure to tie it up securely, preferably at the same height as the fruits. And studies have also shown that if you place your trap on the side where the sun rises, its effectiveness is even better. This liquid here, in just 2 or 3 days, you'll see that it'll be full of little flies. Then you can change out this liquid, put in a new bait, and keep catching more and more flies until you notice that no more flies are getting trapped. That means you've gotten rid of this pest in your plant cultivation, your fruit trees, those plants you take such good care of and have trouble enjoying. Now, pay close attention to a very important tip. A lot of people get rid of fruit flies, but still end up harvesting small and weak fruit. This happens because the plant stopped being attacked, but it didn't get enough nutrition to produce quality fruit. After controlling the pest, I recommend a simple and very effective fertilization. Here in the nursery, I use NPK 10-10-10 plus micronutrients in liquid form. It provides balanced nutrition, nitrogen for vigor, phosphorus for flowers and fruit, and potassium for the quality of your fruit. What you're going to do is very simple. Just add 1 capful of this concentrated fertilizer to about 1 to 1.5 liters of chlorine-free water. Then just mix it really well. It's super easy to apply, folks. The only thing is, don't apply it when the sun is shining really strong on your plant. If you only have time to apply it during the day and can't do it in the late afternoon, take your plant out of the sun and apply it while it's in the shade. And now I'm going to show you just how simple it is to apply this and how much it goes a long way. It's really cost effective for you. With the mixture ready, quick and easy, you'll pour about 250 milliliters into a disposable cup, like this. Now, go to the base of your fruit plant and fertilize it. You're going to pour this right at the base, but not touching the trunk, okay? It doesn't need to touch the trunk, just pour it onto the soil around your plant. Do this fertilization every 30 days, and even if your plant is still small, it'll start producing fruit and become something wonderful in your home. Follow this tip and then let me know how it goes, okay? My mission here, folks, is to teach you how to have healthy fruits and flowers at home for free, right here on the Plantas channel. But that's only possible thanks to the channel's supporters. If you want to support our channel too, the link is in the description. Subscribe, like this video if you think you learned something, if you picked up something new, or if you think this tip is worth sharing with others. The product we showed and other products we use and recommend to you are linked in the description, so you have no excuse. Everything we use is listed right below in this video's description. Don't leave this video without watching the recommended one right here, because it completes what you learned in this video. And if you want to get more free tips like this, tested in real life, you need to turn on the notification bell right now, because that's the only way you'll get our videos for free and have healthy fruits, flowers, and plants, and even learn how to multiply your plants at home. A big kiss to your heart. Watch this video here. See you there. Bye-bye. Now, have you ever lost a beautiful fruit because when you opened and cut it, even though you picked it straight from the tree, it had bugs inside? You take care of the plant all year long, fertilize it, water it, do everything you can to increase its yield, but when it's time to harvest and see the results, you end up losing all the fruit to the fruit fly, which is what causes this rotting and brings these larvae into your fruit. But the worst part is, the more fruit you have, the more bugs you get in your fruit. And this is a problem that a lot of people have brought to me, and I'm going to teach you how to solve it once and for all and put an end to this issue. And that's not all either. In addition to teaching you how to have very healthy fruit without any caterpillars, just look at this wonder of nature. I'm also going to show you what to do so that after you get rid of the fruit fly problem in your orchard or fruit trees, you can grow wonderful fruit like this one here, healthy and sweet. The bug in the fruit is a problem, but we're going to address the root cause, which is the fruit fly. And the fruit fly doesn't attack your plant's leaves, it doesn't attack the stem, ucals. It goes straight for the fruit, pierces right through that protective skin, and lays its eggs inside. This creates the perfect environment for the caterpillar, for that guava worm, or the fruit bug. Common insecticides almost never work because the fruit itself has already become a shield for the guava worm. You won't be able to reach the bug inside the fruit with insecticide. And you also don't want to keep spraying insecticide on a fruit you're going to eat. So what Embrapa suggests, and it's been confirmed that this method is 100% effective, is a trap using a 500 milliliter PET bottle. That's what I'll use, but you can use any size. And we'll build and set up a proper trap to break the cycle of this extremely persistent nuisance, this fly. And this is where the true battle and highly effective strategy for your infested plants and fruits begins. All you'll need at home for this project is a PET bottle. I have a 500 milliliter one right here, but it can be any size you have available, okay? The most important thing is that it has a cap. Now, I'm going to use a hot iron, but if you don't have one, you can use a metal nail heated over a flame. What matters here is making 4 small holes in the size of your PET bottle, roughly in the middle. The holes shouldn't be too big or too small. The holes need to be just big enough for a common fly to crawl inside the bottle because we're going to put some bait in here. We'll talk about that in a moment. But basically, the holes should be smaller than a finger, roughly about the width of a standard pencil. But look, this is the exact thickness you should aim for when you make these little holes in the side of the bottle. These holes will allow the flies to enter the PET bottle, but will make it difficult for them to get out. That's also why you need to make these little holes in the middle of the PET bottle, because the flies will try to escape through the top, but here it's completely sealed. They won't find these little holes here. They're attracted by the lure, by the bait we're about to make. Preparing the substance that will attract the flies is very simple. Here I have approximately 100 milliliters of water. I'm going to add here, look, 1-2 tablespoons of sugar. It can be brown sugar or white sugar, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's very sweet to attract these flies. This alone already works, but how can we make it even better, more aromatic? You're going to add fruit pulp here. You're going to put the fruit in here, preferably very ripe. It can be the fruit that you already have there being attacked by these flies. Here I'm going to use something they really like, which is jabuticaba, folks. The jabuticaba here is very sweet because we take good care of it, and the flies love this little fruit because it's so sweet. So we're going to use it as bait as well. And then we're going to put it in here and basically make a syrup, a juice that really appeals to the flies' taste, something that's truly attractive to them. The bottle keeps falling over here because it is actually quite windy out here. But I've placed the fruit inside the container, and I can either blend it in a blender, or I can just come here and manually mash the fruit down a little bit, just to release the aroma. The fermentation of the fruit pulp is what will really attract all the flies to our container, to our trap. This works, folks, 100% guaranteed, okay? I'm sharing this helpful tip not because I have a problem with the fly infestation on my plants, because I already use this trap here. I'm showing you this in detail because a lot of people have been asking me questions about it. And for me, since it seems so simple, I've been doing this for a long time and it works, it might not be so simple for other people. So I see that this is a challenge for some, so I'm going to do it for you and show you how it works in practice. So take a look at how our solution turned out, which we're going to use as bait inside our pet bottle, inside our trap. Guys, if you're enjoying this, go ahead and leave your comment here, which country, city, or state you're watching from, because we love to know how far these videos are reaching, okay? Now let's put our solution into the pet bottle, into our trap. Let's stir it well to mix the sugar into the water and make a homogeneous solution, and then we'll actually put it into the trap. This trap, guys, works in a very simple way. The fly is attracted by the fermentation of the fruit, enters through the little holes in the bottle, falls into the liquid, and can't get out anymore. Then it eventually dies inside, and that ends the life cycle of this pest in your home. None. That's why if you don't fight it, flies will never stop appearing. It will only get worse, because that is exactly how their life cycle works. It lays its eggs inside the fruit, and then the fruit falls, you don't eat it, more flies are generated, and the number keeps increasing. So take a look at how our trap turned out here. You can use this juice here, and you can add mango, passion fruit, or even guava itself, which flies absolutely love, you know? It's actually one of the fruits with the highest incidence of pests, so it's also very effective to use exactly the same fruit that's being attacked. The fly will prefer to come right here, where the smell is much stronger and there's no tough skin to pierce, rather than going for the hard peel of the fruit, right? Now we can carefully put the lid on here, and how exactly are we going to use this trap? I'm making one here to show you all. Usually you use 1 or 2 traps per tree. If it's a very large tree, you can place 1 trap on each side, and I'll show you how to do it. But the greater number of these traps you have, the more rapidly you'll be able to control these fruit flies in your area. And the much sooner you'll see results. Now I'm going to take a piece of string here and tie up my peat bottle. You can use whatever is easiest for you. If you have wire, you can use that too. You're simply going to tie it right here, look at the very mouth of our trap, because we're going to hang it directly on the fruit tree that's just starting to bloom. That's already starting to bear fruit. Please don't wait for the fruit to fully ripen before you put this trap there, okay? It is very important. You should put it up before the fruit ripens, preferably when it's just starting to form, because that's when the fruit fly is already present. And if you have some wire, you can use that too. The important thing is that this is hanging there. Now let's go ahead and apply this solution directly to the plant, but don't leave this video just yet, because at the very end I'm going to share another important tip that will significantly improve your overall fruit production, the quality of the fruits your fruit trees will yield. And the solution I'm about to show in this video works for absolutely any fruit you have at home. Now you're going to take your trap and hang it very securely and safely here on the fruit tree you have at home. Tie it on tightly, preferably at the same height as the fruits. And studies have also shown that if you place your trap on the side where the sun rises in the morning, its effectiveness is even greater. This liquid here, in 2 or 3 days, you'll already see that it will be full of little flies. Then you can simply replace this liquid, put in a new bait, and continue catching more and more flies, until you eventually see that no more flies are being caught. That means you've gotten rid of this pest in your plant cultivation, in your fruit trees, in those plants you take such good care of and have trouble consuming. Now pay close attention to a very important tip. A lot of people get rid of the fruit fly but still end up harvesting small and weak fruit. This happens because the plant stopped being attacked, but it didn't receive enough nutrition to produce quality fruit. After controlling the pest, I recommend a simple and very effective fertilization. Here in the nursery, I use NPK 10-10-10 plus micronutrients in liquid form. It provides balanced nutrition, nitrogen for vigor, phosphorus for flowers and fruit, and potassium for the quality of your fruit. What you're going to do is very simple. You will add just 1 capful of this concentrated fertilizer to about 1 to 1.5 liters of chlorine-free water. Then just mix it all together really well. It's super easy to apply, folks. You just shouldn't apply it when the sun is shining very strongly on your plant. If you only have time to apply it during the day and can't do it in the late afternoon, take your plant out of the sun and apply it while it's in the shade. And now I'm going to show you how simple it is to apply this and how much it yields. It's really amazing. It's going to be really cheap for you. With the mixture ready, quickly made, you'll pour about 250 milliliters into a disposable cup, like this. Now you go to the base of your fruit plant and fertilize it. You're going to pour this right at the base, but not touching the trunk, okay? It doesn't need to touch the trunk, just the soil around your plant. Do this fertilization every 30 days, and your still small plant will start producing fruit and become a wonder in your home. Follow this tip and then let me know the results here, okay? My mission here, folks, is to teach you how to have healthy fruits and flowers at home for free here on the Plantas channel, but that's only possible thanks to the channel supporters. If you want to support our channel as well, the link is in the description. Subscribe, like this video if you think it taught you something, if you learned something new, or if this tip is worth sharing with others. The product we showed and other products we use and recommend to you are in the link in the description, so you have no excuse. Everything we use is listed below in the description of this video. Don't leave this video without watching this highly recommended video tutorial right here, because it perfectly completes the lesson from this video. And if you want to receive more valuable and free gardening tips like this, test it in practice, you need to activate the notification bell right now, because that's the only way for you to get our videos for free and have fruits, flowers, healthy plants, and even learn how to successfully propagate and multiply your plants at home. A big kiss to your heart. Watch this video here. See you there. Bye-bye. I'm out. Would you hang a clear bag of water on your plant to scare away garden pests? It might sound like something from the internet, but once you understand why this works, you'll never ignore it again. Common insects, birds, and even small rodents are naturally attracted by food, movement, and smell. Cool. If you only fight them after they show up, you'll always be lagging behind in pest control and will end up losing your homegrown fruits. Today you're going to learn exactly how to do smart prevention that has truly worked for a very long time. People in the past frequently relied on this particular technique to effectively deter and keep away rats and birds that eat the fruit before you do. This doesn't actually eliminate the pests, it just drives them away so you can harvest flies, fruit flies, mosquitoes, and many other types of insects that can make your daily life much more difficult. And the best part is that everything you need you already have at home. First, you will need a clear, transparent bag. It can also be a small plastic bag, but ideally, it should be transparent. And we will also need aluminum foil. You definitely already have this at home or can easily get it. It's just a small piece. We're going to tear off a small piece here and divide it like this. We're going to do something very simple with it. Just divide this little piece into 4 parts. These 4 parts we're going to make into little balls like this. Just crumple up the aluminum foil and make small round balls out of it. We have 2 here, now let's make 2 more. I always put 4 aluminum foil balls in here and it works excellently. You don't need a lot. If you want to use more or fewer you can, but here I recommend 4 aluminum foil balls. Now with our little bag, I'm going to open it up and place each of these 4 aluminum foil balls inside the bag. Besides that, I'm also going to incorporate a pinch of that clove in pieces. It's the small clove, but you can use the large clove, whichever is easier for you to find at home. You don't need much because what we need here is just a little bit. See? Let's just add a little bit of clove. So now we have the clove and the aluminum. And now if you have it at home, you can add it. It's optional, okay? But I also like to add, look, just half a teaspoon of ground cinnamon. Then you're going to put that in the bag as well. Guys, I usually do this in water already inside the bag. We have the water set aside, but since I'm filming, I'm going to need both hands. So I'll put it in the bag first and then I'll add the water. Now I also have garlic powder here. Guys, you can use fresh garlic, okay? I'm going to use the powdered kind that I have at home, and it's easier to add and make this recipe. I'm also going to add half a teaspoon of garlic powder to the bag. Now, I'm also going to add a little bit of vinegar. You don't need much, okay, guys? Just a little bit. Now we're going to add only 2 drops of pure fragrant essential oil. You can use whichever works best, but the ones that work really well, guys, are lavender essential oil or even peppermint. You're just going to add a little bit of essential oil to our solution here. And now we're going to add water to our little bag here. Look, this bag will hold about 500 milliliters of water, okay? Let's pour it in here, trying not to spill everything since we're working with a flexible bag, right? And look how it turned out. Now I'm going to give it a gentle mix here. Look, I haven't tied the bag yet, but we will tie it. I'm just going to mix it here so everything can start working. Look how our little bag is going to look then. Now what we're going to do is very simple, folks. You saw that everything we used here you already have at home. It's easy to get, right? Now we're going to tie up this little bag here. What I like to do is this. Fold the tip of the bag and then with the help of a string, we tie a knot here. I'm going to tie this knot in a really simple way so you can see exactly what we're doing, okay? It's a simple knot and then we'll reinforce it here. Since we're filming, it's a bit harder to do it here by myself, okay? We're not supporting it on anything and you need to see this whole process happening in a simple and easy way so you can do it at home too. We've closed the bag, but if we leave it like this, it won't work. Everything is inside and nothing is giving off any smell because it's sealed. So what are we going to do now? We're going to need to make some holes here, see, for the odor to escape, for the smell to get out. 4 little holes like this above the water level are enough because now the smell inside acts as a repellent against insects. I'm going to explain why this works, but first I'm going to cut this piece of string right here, which will be used to hold our homemade insecticide. And now I'm going to tie a little knot at the end of our string to make it easy for us to hang it anywhere we want to place this prevention device for rodents, birds that eat our fruit before we do, flying pests, insects, flies, and mosquitoes. Look, now I can already hang it exactly anywhere I want. I'm going to explain to you why this works scientifically, but I can just come here, just like this, and hang it where the pests are attacking my plants, or I can also hang it in other places around my house to deter rodents and birds. You know when you leave your cooking pots and your outdoor stove outside, and the birds come flying around trying to open the pots and eat all the food that's on top of the stove? You can also use this here to prevent that kind of situation from happening. And why does this work? The water creates a lens effect, and the polished aluminum multiplies the reflections. Flying insects have vision that is sensitive to light, and this reflection completely disorients them. And birds always avoid areas with steady shines. They don't like high brightness and reflections. This isn't superstition. This is a visual stimulus working in your favor at home. But that's not all, because the smell also plays a big role in this solution. Vinegar releases a sharp and pungent acidic odor, while lavender and mint are natural repellents. And rodents, rats, mice, or any kind of rodent, simply hate and detest these specific scents. So here you create an environment that is visually and olfactorily uncomfortable for these types of pests, insects, and things that come to disrupt our lives a bit. So you can also use this in many different environments. For example, you can place it on branches that are close to the fruit, but you can also use it on windows, doors, vegetable gardens, and even on residential balconies. Always leave it where there is exposure to light. Right now, this spot is in the shade, but later, as the sun moves, light will shine here, and this will increase the reflection, which will help combat even more of these types of problems we have here. For example, wasps love to pierce our jabuticabas. And this is what has been preventing this kind of situation, so we can actually harvest our ripe fruits. You can make it and leave it for up to 15 or 20 days. After that period, you can replace it because the smell won't be as strong as it is during those first 20 days. It's simple to make. You have everything at home and it works very well. Now you need to know that this doesn't eliminate the pest. It just keeps it from coming to you. Now, if you already have plants contaminated with aphids, scale insects, and other pests, what you need to do is very simple. You know those butterflies that also leave caterpillars behind? This works very well as a preventive measure. If your plant and its fruits are already being attacked by pests, then you should use dime neem or neem oil. I'll leave the link in the description along with all the products we use here in our nursery. And if you like this kind of content, go ahead and leave your like down below. Also, comment where you're watching this video from so we can see how far our information is reaching. It comes in a little bottle like this, and this bottle is dissolved in water, so it goes a long way. Dime neem is what I use here and recommend, okay guys? This one is for effective control of pests and insects that are attacking your plants. And here on the channel, we share things that really work. Here, we're teaching how to propagate plants. We've already made videos about this, and we've also shown how to catch fruit flies in a very quick and easy way, practically without spending anything. We teach all of this for free, thanks to the supporters of this channel. By the way, if you want to support this work that we do for free, bringing information to people at no cost, the link is here in the description. You'll be very welcome to join our group where we teach how to grow fruit in very small setups, in pots, in bags, really simple things to do, and you can find it all here on our channel. Leave a rating in the comments from 0 to 10. What score do you give today's content? If you want to keep learning more tips like these, it's very simple, folks. You just need to subscribe to the channel and, even more importantly, activate the notification bell because there are new videos here on the channel every day. I'm going to wrap up here and I'll leave a suggested video that I really recommend you watch. It's right here on the side. A kiss to your heart. See you in the next video. Bye-bye. I'm out. If you've ever tried to root a cutting from any plant and couldn't do it, get ready, because today I'm going to show you that it's so simple it almost seems like a lie. You're going to stop losing cuttings and actually start rooting every cutting from any plant. I'm going to show you the step-by-step here, but first let me show you the amazing result of a method that roots cuttings from any plant. Just look at the visible roots here. This method roots cuttings from flowering plants, bougainvillea, roses, or any other plant you have at home. It also roots cuttings from fruit plants like acerola, jabuticaba, pomegranate, pitanga, sugar apple, soursop. It doesn't matter what plant you have there. Today you're going to learn the method used by specialists, which makes any cutting root in a natural, inexpensive way that is very, very simple. There's a step in this process that determines whether your plant will end up with roots like this or if it will dry out completely. So you'll need to stay with me until the end of the video to really learn the step-by-step process. By doing this, I doubt you won't actually learn what needs to be done to root cuttings, and you'll stop wasting money buying seedlings from nurseries, which are often very expensive. You can make the seedlings yourself at home. Today I'm going to show you the step-by-step process I use here to root cuttings quickly and safely, using the example I'm going to use, which is acerola. And look, ideally you should take it from a tree that already produces fruit. See these acerola fruits here? We're going to root a branch like this because when we root branches that already have fruit, we can get a harvest much faster. Sometimes if you do everything right and follow all the steps, you won't even lose the little fruits. They don't fall off and the branch roots really well. And I'm also going to use pomegranate as an example. Pomegranate is productive too, okay guys? Look, here we have some pomegranate branches that are already bearing fruit, and these are the branches I'm going to use as an example to show you that it really is possible to do this in a simple way, for free, using organic materials, but with the right method that works thanks to 3 natural stimuli: regeneration, healing, and protecting the branch until it roots. But hold on, I'm not going to reveal everything just yet. I'm going to show you step by step in this video, but first you need to understand why most cuttings don't root when you don't use the right method. Most people cut a fresh branch from the mother plant, stick it in the soil, and wait for it to root, but that simply doesn't work that way. And that is the reason why most people lose all their cuttings. Without a stimulus for root production and without protection against fungi and bacteria, the branch starts to wilt, can get diseases, and it simply doesn't work because it lacks the right protection and stimulus. But today you're going to learn exactly how to provide this protection and stimulus using natural products that you probably already have at home. You should always remove most of the leaves from any branch you cut from the trees. This branch doesn't need leaves to root, so you can leave as few as possible, because that way it won't have to spend energy feeding these leaves or even these little fruits here. If you want, you can remove them too. I'll leave them because these fruits won't interfere with the rooting of this branch since I'm applying all the techniques correctly. If you apply all these techniques, it will work for you too. So now what are we going to do with this branch? Ideally the branch should be about the thickness of a pencil or at most a finger, okay? Between the thickness of a pencil and a finger is ideal for rooting. And now what are we going to do? We're going to come here and peel a little bit of the bark off the bottom part of the branch. We're going to peel this here and you'll soon understand why. This makes all the difference when it comes to rooting, so make a note of it or save this video so you don't lose it later, because look, do you see this little green part? We're going to remove that too. So we're going to remove the bark and this first little green layer here to further stimulate the contact of this inner part of the branch with the moisture and the substrate we're going to use. We're going to do this to all the branches we want to root. Leave it nice and clean like this, and this is how it should look. See? Look, this is how our branch will look, and we're going to plant it. And it's not just for acerola, okay? It's for all the branches. You can even take this thinner little branch, and we're also going to remove this little bit of bark at the bottom, about 2 to 5 centimeters only. You don't need more than that. It's just to increase the contact with the soil and the moisture for this branch. Look how it turned out here, see? And this one here already has a little pomegranate growing, look. With our branches already here, I already prepared them in advance so the video wouldn't get too long. Here we already have our branches prepared with just a few leaves and the base already peeled, see? I left the fruits on, okay? So you can see that when you do it the right way, many fruits aren't even lost. And now we're moving on to one of the most important parts of this content, this step-by-step, this rooting method. You take a container, a cup you have at home, and you add just a little bit of water like this. So you don't need a lot of water, just enough for these branches here to be submerged. But we're going to add an exceptional product to this water. We're going to add in about 250 to 500 milliliters of water, just 1 small spoonful of ground cinnamon. I'm using some really old cinnamon here. It's already expired, but it still has antifungal and antibacterial properties, which will protect our branch because during the rooting process, it can be attacked by fungi or bacteria. Ground cinnamon is one of the best antifungals. It's natural and very cheap for you to use. Just add a very small amount, mix it into the water, and now it's very simple. These little branches that are already here, peeled and with just a few leaves, you're now going to immerse them in this water with cinnamon. And you're going to leave these branches here for just a short time, about 10 minutes with the branches submerged here in the cinnamon powder and water. With this solution we've prepared here, they'll already be protected against bacteria and fungi that appear when our branch is rooting, which often causes branches to be lost, and very few people know about this. These are fungi and bacteria that appear when our branch is rooting, and now that 10 minutes have passed with these branches submerged in the water, very few people know about this, about the cinnamon, right? To leave them soaking here, see? After leaving them here for 10 minutes, they're already well protected against fungi and bacteria. But now comes one of the most important steps. Do you have this here at your house? If you don't have it, your neighbor does. I'm sure it's very easy for you to find this. It's aloe vera. Guys, aloe vera has natural hormones that help heal, hydrate, protect, and stimulate the formation of roots in our branches. Look how simple it is. You take the branch, cut an aloe vera leaf, let that yellow part drain out, and then you just take your little branch and do this. Simply rub it inside the aloe vera. Take a look at how it turns out. See? This process increases the hydration of our branch and naturally stimulates rooting with organic rooting hormones. Then you just put it here in this little cup with soil that's specifically for rooting. We'll talk about this soil, but basically you just place our little branch in it. This one is our acerola. See the acerola here with the little fruits? We're going to put it here in this soil as well. You don't need to bury it too deep. Just gently press the soil a little, just enough so it can stand upright and not move around, because that can also harm the rooting process. Let's put our pomegranate here. Look at this. This pomegranate is already producing fruit here. It's going to root and become a productive seedling. And let's put all these little branches of ours here in this container for rooting. See how I'm using a little cup? This is just to show you that you really don't need anything professional to make your own seedlings at home. With simple plastic cups, which you can easily find at the local supermarket near your house, you can already start making your very own healthy seedlings right now. Let's put this other pomegranate here. This other pomegranate is also already producing fruit. Look at the little fruit forming here. And I'm not even removing the fruits, so you can see that it roots really well. There is one more small branch left here, so I can even put 2 or 3 branches in the same cup. There is absolutely no problem at all as long as I follow these steps. I am going to gently press around this seedling here so it stays stable and secure during the rooting process. Now I can discard my aloe vera and this water here that we prepared with cinnamon powder. We're not going to throw it away. We're going to use it to water our substrate. You should only do this on the day you plant, okay? Don't do this watering with cinnamon in the next waterings. After this, you'll water as usual. Only this first time, you're going to add all the benefits of cinnamon to your plant's soil. And this soil that we used here for rooting is topsoil. A soil rich in organic matter, which has good absorption and retains and holds moisture perfectly well, so it won't let our seedling, our cutting, dry out easily. Now, using a spray bottle, I'm going to gently water all the soil here so that these pots, these plastic containers, even these little plastic cups that have holes in the bottom, it's very important to mention, I almost forgot, they need to have holes in the bottom. I'm going to water until all the moisture, all the excess water, drains out through the holes at the bottom. This will guarantee that all the soil is consistently moist, and that I keep the soil in these containers where I planted my seedlings moist until they take root. Ideally, you should provide them with water at least once a day, because it's absolutely vital for the soil to stay well hydrated until the plant is truly rooted. This is what will truly ensure the success in rooting your seedlings, and these wonderful small fruits here can even form on small plants bearing fruit in pots if you want to plant them in pots, bags, or even directly into the garden soil. These seedlings here are the ones that produce very quickly. So pay close attention. When you water your plant, wait a little while for the water to seep further down to the very bottom of the soil. And then water it once again. Because this first thorough watering is the most important part, okay? Look how cool the plastic cup shows that the moisture hasn't reached the bottom here yet. It's up here, see? So the water will seep down a bit more and the moisture needs to reach the bottom part of our soil. And only then can you be sure that the whole substrate is nice and moist, which is essential for proper and successful rooting. While I finish watering these little plants here, I want you to comment and tell me where you're watching us from. I would really like to know how far this content we're creating here is reaching. And it might seem a bit strange in the first few days because the little branch will look normal. It won't even seem like there are any roots growing on your cuttings, since the roots themselves only start to appear around the 20th day. After 20 or 30 days have passed, that's when the roots really start to sprout on your branches. And then they truly start to gain a lot more strength. You'll notice that after 60 days, your branches will already be well rooted. For some types of plants, after 60 days, you can already plant your cutting in the ground. Here, I always like to carefully take care of them for up to 90 days after making the cutting. Because once they are planted, they take root quite quickly, they'll be really strong, and they'll also start bearing fresh fruit again very rapidly. Your fruit production will be very abundant, and that's exactly what I want here in my cultivation. And now, my friend, you just need to carefully place our container right here in a spot where it doesn't get direct sunlight, but is still very well lit. You can't let direct sunlight hit our plant because otherwise it will dehydrate very quickly, and we need it to stay hydrated until it takes root. And then we get that wonderful result with well-developed roots. Take a look at this little pomegranate seedling. You'll soon be able to plant your own. Look at that, what a marvel of nature. Folks, this is the dedicated work we do entirely for free, teaching you how to take much better care of your plants with proven techniques. These specific techniques here are ones we've already thoroughly tested, and they're bringing real results for you. Look at these roots we have on this pomegranate. Doing it this way, it's guaranteed to work. But you also have a mission here on this channel. Your mission here is to thoroughly evaluate our content to see if we are on the right track. So leave a comment below giving today's content a score from 0 to 10 because I want you to have a pomegranate tree like this full of flowers so you can pick the fruit straight from the plant you have at home. Share this video with anyone who loves plants because I'm sure this information will help a lot of different people. Just by sharing this video, you all can help improve the way many people grow their plants. And of course, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, now is the time to do it. Click the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell because that's the only way you won't miss any new videos here on the NL Plant channel. Oh, and if you enjoyed this content and want to support the hard work we do here for you completely for free, it's very simple. By clicking the link in the description below, you can support the work we do here, and we also provide you with the products we use during our winter season in our cultivation so you can use the same ones already proven in your own home. There's a really good suggested video. The audience loved this video right here on the side. Go check it out. I'm sure you'll love it. I'll wrap things up here. A kiss to your heart and see you in the next video. Goodbye. I'm out now. It may sound absolutely unbelievable, but just one small cup of this, when used the right way on your plant, makes it grow significantly faster with much greener leaves and much healthier while remaining completely free from pests. The leaves start to almost shine with a natural beauty, even on very small seedlings. Okay? But you must be careful because if you use this the wrong way, the effect is completely the opposite, and you could even end up stunting your plant's growth. Stay with me until the end here because today I'm going to show you the right amount, the right way, and the mistake that almost everyone makes when using this on their plants. When you have a plant with really healthy soil, it grows vigorously and produces not only flowers but also very beautiful leaves. One of the main indicators of health is your plant's leaves. And that's why in this video I'm going to teach you how to make a powerful and super rich mixture for your plant using coffee, the same one you are about to throw away. And you'll also learn how to prepare this mixture in a simple way, where to apply it so you don't make mistakes, why this mixture works, and how to make it even more effective for plants that produce flowers and fruit. But you need to pay close attention because a lot of people are making mistakes when using coffee and teaching you the wrong way too. The biggest mistake is thinking that coffee is a complete fertilizer and just throwing coffee grounds like this straight onto the plant's soil. This can make the soil excessively acidic and burn the roots, which hinders the plant's growth. So remember this, coffee is not fertilizer, it's a stimulant when used the right way. That's what we're going to teach you here and now. Filtered coffee without sugar, already cooled down, it can even be the one you are going to throw away, contains light organic compounds that stimulate activity and life in the soil. But there is one secret ingredient that when mixed with this brings incredibly powerful results for your plant's health, especially when fighting off fungi and bacteria that are harmful to it. This powerful ingredient, which you probably already know and likely have at home right now, is cinnamon, specifically cinnamon in powdered form, as it is absorbed by the plant in a much simpler and easier way. This protects against fungi, against bacteria, and what, after all, is the result of this? The plant spends less energy defending itself and more energy growing and developing. But pay close attention now so you don't make a mistake when preparing this simple and easy recipe, because it does have specific measurements. Here we have 1 liter of chlorine-free water. If you got tap water, to remove the chlorine, it's very simple. Just let it sit for a day and all the chlorine will evaporate. And here we have 200 milliliters of unsweetened cold coffee, okay? The coffee is filtered. It doesn't need to be very strong, but it absolutely cannot have sugar. And then you're going to add this coffee to your 1 liter of chlorine-free water, and you'll also add a very small amount of ground cinnamon. It's one of those small, shallow spoons like this. Just add this mixture to our solution right here in our container, and now you stir and mix it well so everything becomes nice and homogeneous. These components will become a rich and powerful fertilizer and a protector for the health of your plants, especially for your plant's roots. It fights diseases and improves the biology of the soil. Meanwhile, tell us right here where you're watching this video from, your name, your country, and your specific city so we know how far our videos are reaching. And if you're enjoying this kind of valuable content, go ahead and leave your like right now because we make straightforward content so that anyone can put it into practice and get great results. So take a look at how our solution is going to turn out. But there's one detail. You can't apply it like this. You're going to use a spray bottle, but before putting it in the spray bottle, you need to do a procedure so you don't damage your material, your equipment there. And at the end of this video, I'm going to give you a bonus tip, an ingredient that I use to optimize this solution for our flowering plants. If you have rose bushes, desert roses, peace lilies, calla lilies, any fruit-bearing plants will benefit. Even cacti that produce flowers will benefit from this tip that we're about to share with you. Along with this, which is already something wonderful, you already have it at home and it costs almost nothing to make this. Now with our solution ready, you're going to take your spray bottle and put an old piece of cloth here. See? This cloth will serve to strain and filter our solution so it doesn't clog your spray bottle, okay? You're going to pour it in and strain it in a very simple way. Just put it right here, see, and this straining will be done very quickly and simply without any trouble at all. Now, I'm about to show you exactly why you really need to strain it very thoroughly. After straining our solution, you can gently remove our filter and carefully close the spray bottle. So, now you are going to learn exactly how to use this solution. And I'll also reveal a final little secret for you to use on flowering plants, like this hydrangea here, desert roses, and many others. Now go to the plant whose soil you want to restore and make it more beautiful and healthy with gorgeous leaves, and then you'll start applying it right here in the middle of your plant. You can apply it to the stem and to the leaves. This solution is organic and harmless. One thing that you should absolutely never do is apply any kind of product, homemade or not, if your plant currently has direct sunlight hitting its leaves. However, since our plant here is in a shaded environment, you can safely start applying it in the following way. You will apply it directly to the soil and also to the leaves of your plant. Because your plant has tiny pores on its leaves that will absorb all of the beneficial biological nutrients present in this natural solution. But now I'm going to tell you a secret. Since this plant is a beautiful flowering plant, do you know what I do to stimulate truly abundant blooming even in very young plants? My secret is actually the same as most professional nursery growers use. First, we improve the health of the soil and the leaves with natural liquid solutions like the one I just showed you earlier. And then we're also going to apply just a small spoonful of this powder here. Look, a level spoonful, okay, folks? You're going to apply this to the soil of your plant. Preferably don't let it touch the stem or trunk of your plant. You lift it up like this, see, and put it here in the corner. If your plant is in a pot or in the ground, you can add it without any problem. This here is a concentrated fertilizer rich in phosphorus, potassium, nitrogen, and 9 other micronutrients like calcium, boron, manganese, iron. Everything your plant needs in a balanced way to stimulate flowering is in this fertilizer. And as always, all the fertilizers and insecticides we use here in our cultivation, we leave the recommendations with the link down below. In the description of this video, there's a link for you to purchase it in case you don't have it in your city. This one here is Fortiflora, a fertilizer that you use just a little bit of, and if used with this solution we just prepared, the results are even better. And so, my dear friend, if you want to have truly abundant flowers at home, you will be absolutely amazed by the incredible amount of flowering your plants will produce. When you combine improving the soil for better nutrient absorption with a fertilizer specifically designed for your goal, which in our case is flower formation, isiavatate. If your plant is currently shedding some old flowers, it will already start forming new ones. Wicked. But guys, please remember that increasing the amount won't help you get better results. You should apply it only once every 30 days consistently. The results are incredible. And just look at how beautiful the results are, everyone. The flowers bloom and stay on the plant because it has the strength to produce these blossoms. Here on the Plantas channel, as you already know, we bring you practical tips that have been tested and proven, and best of all, they're free so anyone can apply them at home and get great results. But you also have a very simple task here on the channel, which is to rate our content. Go now to the comment section and leave a rating from 0 to 10 for today's video. If you want to have productive plants, whether flowering or fruit bearing, or learn how to propagate your plants, subscribe to the channel now and turn on the notification bell, because here on the channel every day there are new and tested tips for you to learn how to better care for your plants. I want to say a big thank you to the channel supporters, because without you none of this would be possible for our followers to access for free. So if you also want to support our work, just go to the link in the description and support us in a way that's insignificant for you, but for us it makes everything worthwhile and shows that we're on the right path with nature. But don't leave just yet, because look at this cool video I'm suggesting for you right here. I'll wrap things up here and I'll see you in this content, which will increase your knowledge about plants. A big kiss to your heart. Bye-bye, I'm off. If you have a beautiful plant at home that should be producing flowers but isn't flowering as it should, the problem might be much simpler than you think. Today, I'm going to teach you the incredibly valuable technique that professional plant growers use to plant fruit tree seedlings so that they produce flowers very quickly. Even newly planted seedlings will produce flowers if you apply the specific technique we're going to show you in this video. Today you will learn the exact technique, the ideal substrate, and how I plant my own seedlings so that they produce flowers very quickly. I'll show you how this beautiful young desert rose seedling can bloom, as well as cacti, which are so difficult for some people to get to produce beautiful flowers like this one here. In this video, you'll learn how you can do this the way professionals do, and today you will learn that a plant doesn't bloom by miracle. It responds to the balance you provide it in its pot, in its substrate. So I'm also going to teach you about the substrate. When the plant feels that the environment is right, it blooms. And the first step for that is precisely the substrate. A good substrate for flowering needs 4 things: nutrition, drainage, aeration, and slow release of nutrients. If any one of these is missing, the plant stalls. This mix I'm about to show you is what I use to make the plant start flowering faster and stay healthy. And it only takes 4 very simple ingredients, and you're going to make it here with me now so you don't make any mistakes at home. The first thing we're going to need is the base of our substrate, topsoil. So pay close attention to the measurements. For the nutrient-rich topsoil, we'll need 2 full parts of it, as it's what provides the organic matter and effectively maintains the moisture at the right level in our substrate. The second ingredient is coarse construction sand, okay? It needs to be coarse sand, and it's what ensures drainage and provides oxygen so our roots can breathe and grow. If the roots are suffocated, it will hinder flowering and also the plant's development. Look, when you mix these 2 ingredients, you can already see that you have a very light, well-draining substrate that doesn't clump together. And now I also add a spoonful of bone meal. It can be any brand, the brand doesn't matter. What's important is that it's like this in this ground powder form. Bone meal is rich in phosphorus, and phosphorus is essential for flowers. And the best part is that bone meal releases these nutrients gradually, in sync with the plant's needs, and we are also going to mix it into our substrate here. And I'm also going to add this white powder here, which you already have at home and are probably throwing away every day. Here, I'm going to add between 1 and 2 spoonfuls to my substrate. And before I tell you what this is, I want you to comment below if you already have an idea of what this white powder we're using in the substrate is. To make it easier for you to guess, before I reveal it in this video, this strengthens our plant with calcium, thus providing structure, which helps in the formation of flower buds on our plant. This is also organic matter. So comment below if you already know what this white powder is, which is the last and 4th ingredient in our substrate, perfect for making plants bloom. With the ingredients ready, now comes the enjoyable part. You're going to really mix this substrate well because it's complete, so our plant will take well to the transplant and also to stimulate flowering with nutrition specifically for that. This will give the plant the structure it needs to stay healthy and to produce flowers in a very abundant way. Look at this wonderful substrate without that problem of turning into stone or clumps. And now we're going to plant our desert rose in another larger pot using exactly this substrate. And I'm going to reveal a few more little secrets to you. I'm going to get a bigger pot where I'll plant my desert rose. It needs to have holes that allow water to drain so that the water runs off every time I water my plant. And I'm going to put just a small piece of toilet paper over these holes so that when I water it, only the water drains out and the substrate, which is porous and of excellent quality, doesn't go down with the water through these little holes at the bottom. So now that I've put the paper in, we're going to create a thin layer with the substrate we have already prepared. Let's take our young seedling, gently squeeze the sides of the pot, and carefully remove our desert rose, the whole root ball if you can. Look, I'm even going to remove a little bit of this extra soil here and show you the incredible root health we achieve in a plant grown in a high-quality professional substrate. Just look at how healthy it is. So let's place it, positioning it in the center of the pot, and now I'm going to add the substrate I prepared to stimulate flowering, since this plant produces very beautiful flowers, and what I want is for it to bring vitality, health, and above all, lots of wonderful flowers to this plant, which has some of the most beautiful flowers among all plants. I don't need to press this substrate down too hard. I just press it lightly to secure the roots and improve rooting. Spread it out here, see, so it looks really nice. And just look at our newly planted plant. How truly wonderful is that? And after planting, we're going to do the first watering, not only to hydrate our plant, but also to make sure that our little drainage system is working perfectly, that our substrate actually drains the water and doesn't retain any excess. So I'm going to do a little watering here, and let's see if the excess water comes out through the hole. We can already see here that the excess moisture is coming out easily, so we have our plant in a container with good drainage capacity, which will provide the right nutrients, and in this way our plant responds more quickly, putting out new shoots and at the right time entering into bloom without stress and without excess. This type of substrate can be used for any flowering plant except orchids, which require a different cultivation method, but for your dessert rose and even for cacti. As a matter of fact, if you happen to have cacti in an area where it rains a lot, you can make this soil even more suitable for cacti by adding not just 1 part of coarse sand, but 2 full parts of coarse sand to this same substrate. This way you'll have much better drainage for your cacti and also abundant flowering. You can also use this substrate for violets, roses, peace lilies, calla lilies, and virtually all of the different flowering plants you have at home, including your beautiful anthuriums. Take a look at the anthurium we transplanted the other day, and we can already see the flowers starting to appear even though it's still young. Isn't this a wonder of nature? But after all, did anyone guess what that white powder is that we add to the substrate? I'm going to reveal it to you now, but what's important is that you rate our content. From 0 to 10, what score would you give today's video? So we can know if we're on the right track and if you want to keep receiving tips like this. And that white powder we use is rich in calcium and organic matter, and it's this right here, folks, dried and crushed eggshells. You can crush the eggshells you are going to throw away using a mortar and pestle, or you can blend them in a blender and they'll turn into a powder. For the amount of substrate I prepared with you today, I used 3 very dry crushed eggshells, tambim terzi. However, you can use as many as you need depending on the total amount of substrate you're going to make at home. If you don't have potting soil, if you don't have bone meal, or any of the products we teach about in our videos here on the Plantas channel, just click the link in the description now. We always leave the products we use and recommend for you to use on your plants as well, so you can access them from anywhere in Brazil. Leave your like here, subscribe to the channel for upcoming videos, and turn on the notification bell, because that's the only way you won't miss the next videos here on the Plantas channel. And if you want to show your support for our channel, helping us in our mission to bring knowledge for free to all of our followers, you can simply click on the link in the description and support this work we do every day, teaching you how to better care for your plants. I'm going to leave a suggested video for you to binge watch our channel. A big kiss from the heart. I'm extremely grateful to everyone who subscribes to the channel and helps us bring you this content. I'll wrap things up here. Sending love. See you next time. Bye-bye, I'm out. It might sound crazy, but would you believe me if I told you that just a handful of this mixture can turn any fruit tree into a fruit-producing machine? And before you ask, it doesn't matter whether it's like this, planted in the ground with plenty of space, or if the space is limited. For example, this mango tree, which is already flowering to produce fruit, is planted in a pot. Look at that, and it's not even a very large pot. Or even this Tahiti lime, which is already starting to form fruit, also planted in a pot. Well, if you want to find out how this happens, I'm going to teach you step by step in this video. Just like every day, we bring you new tips to help you learn how to better grow your plants. Today for me, it's easy, but I used to get really frustrated with fruit trees in pots. They would grow beautifully, but when it came time to produce fruit, nothing. Until I discovered this combination of simple, cheap, and natural fertilizer. When I applied it, the production changed completely. As a matter of fact, fruit began to appear on my fruit trees, both in the ground and in small pots. I know this frustration isn't just mine. Anyone who grows fruit trees at home has been through this. You water, you take care of them, you wait for months and months, and still no fruit. Or sometimes a little flower appears, but it doesn't hold on. It falls off before it turns into fruit. This happens because most people only give their plants water and sunlight, or sometimes use any generic fertilizer thinking that's enough. But the real secret lies in the right nutrients, which stimulate the plant to bloom, hold on to its fruit, and ripen with quality. And I've already set aside the 2 ingredients we'll need, exactly because that's what I'm going to teach you today. You are going to prepare the best fertilizer for your fruit plants to produce lots of fruit, ripen with quality, and hold on to those fruits until harvest. Here is the formula that few people know, and those who do know don't tell you about it. We will need a tablespoon, and we're going to add 2 heaping tablespoons of this first ingredient. And for those of you wondering what this is, I'm going to tell you now. This powder here contains all the main nutrients your plant needs, and it's organic and natural. Here we have first castor cake. Castor cake is a natural fertilizer rich in nitrogen and essential micronutrients, which stimulate robust plant growth and improve the health of roots, leaves, and stems. But along with the castor cake, we also have bone meal in this powder. And bone meal is very rich in phosphorus, which helps your plants to bloom, fills out the fruits, and stimulates consistent fruiting in any plant. These 2 ingredients together already make a powerful fertilizer. But now we're going to add 1 more spoonful of this white powder here. Look, it pains me to say this, but you've probably spent your whole life throwing this away. This stuff is incredibly valuable. Well, so we're going to add a spoonful of this white powder here. And for those of you who might be wondering, this powder is actually nothing more than simple crushed eggshells. All you really have to do is save the eggshells from the eggs you use at home, let them dry thoroughly in the sun, and then blend them in a blender or even crush them with a mortar and pestle. Pourquoi? By doing this, you'll get this natural powder here, which is extremely rich in calcium and also improves the oxygenation of your plant soil. And with these 2 ingredients mixed together, we're going to make sure they're well combined, mixing them very thoroughly. And here we have the complete fertilizer with all the nutrients, both micro and macro, that your plant needs. So we have nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, manganese, boron, calcium, and many other nutrients that your plant needs to produce fruit, to produce flowers, to stimulate fruit growth, and also to help the fruit stay on the plant. After you mix it very thoroughly comes the most important part, which is the application. And that's what I'm going to show you now, because it's no use having gold in your hands, having this here, which is extremely powerful, and applying it incorrectly. Now pay close attention to the application. I'm going to apply this fertilizer again to my mango tree that's in a pot, because you can do this application even after flowering. It's actually important that you do this even after flowering so the plant continues to receive nutrients during fruit development. You can see that we've already applied this fertilizer before, meaning you won't have a tree producing like this after just the first application. You need to apply this fertilizer regularly. Here's our fertilizer, and I'm showing you here. We've already applied it before, and I'm showing you so you don't think it's magic, okay? This really works. It has everything the plant needs in these nutrients, in this solution we've prepared, and I'm going to teach you how to apply it. But know that you shouldn't just apply it once and stop. No, do this application that I'm going to show you now at least every 30 days, because these nutrients are released slowly until your plant is healthy enough to produce these fruits, which happens very quickly. Just look at the size of this plant that's in a pot already producing. Now pay close attention. Whenever you apply it, you shouldn't use too much. You should use 1, at most 2 spoons of this fertilizer and spread it like this, sprinkling it away from the main stem. It's important that it doesn't accumulate here on the trunk, on the main stem of the plant. You can use 1 or even 2 spoons of this fertilizer. It's organic, so it won't harm your plant, your fruit, or anyone who eats the fruit from this plant. And an even better tip is that right after you apply it, do what I'm about to do now. Once you have finished applying it, come over here and very gently water the plant just like this. You can water it with a hose, with a watering can, or even with a cup if that's what you have. But it's important that you do this first watering right away so the nutrients can start penetrating the soil. Oh, do you know what this is here? I'm not going to say because today's video isn't about that, but if you know what this wonderful little plant is, you can leave it in the comments. I'm going to water it until it starts draining out the bottom. I don't need to water it too much because otherwise the nutrients might start leaking out right away. So I personally prefer to water the area before applying the fertilizer and then add a little more water on top of the fertilizer. So it starts penetrating deep into the plant's soil and our plant can begin absorbing all the healthy nutrients we've just given it, which are basically all the essential nutrients your plant needs to bloom beautifully and multiply its fruits. But Weny, is this the only fertilization method that works? No, guys, there are several fertilization methods that work, but why is this one of the main ones? Because this fertilization we do simply contains all the nutrients your plant needs to survive, to produce fruit, to bloom, to hold on to the fruit, and to fill out those fruits. It even has potassium, which really helps make the fruits nice and sweet. They ripen a lot on the plant, so when you pick them, they're really sweet, just like this wonderful mulberry. Look at this, how amazing! My mission is to bring you tips that have been tested and proven in practice in a simple and free way so you can put them into action and truly see results with your plants. Now, your mission is to help me. Leave your rating here in the comments from 0 to 10 for today's content. I really want to know your honest opinion. And so you don't miss the next lessons, go ahead and subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell because that's the only way you'll always be notified when I post a new video here with more tips like this one. Share this content with someone who loves plants because this knowledge can transform a lot of people's gardens. And I strongly recommend you watch this video down here, which I prepared especially for you to keep learning. I'll wrap things up here, sending a kiss to your heart, and there are important links down below, including everything we used in this video. See you? Did you ever realize that with just a simple branch like this one, you can grow a beautiful desert rose just like this with no difficulty at all? That's right, if we don't show it, a lot of people don't believe the incredible results we get with this technique, which is used by the top experts in desert rose propagation. When the desert roses are not blooming during their transition phase, that's when growers take the opportunity to multiply hundreds of plants with the same DNA. The secret to rooting these plants lies in the details, and it took me a long time to learn. I lost many plants before I discovered the real secret, which most growers will never reveal to you because they don't want you to learn this. It's very easy once you learn how. Come with me and I'll show you now. If you follow the step-by-step and use the products I'm going to show you here, you can be sure you'll have desert roses multiplied at home by yourself. But you shouldn't skip any part of this video because right up to the end, there is important information you need to consider when propagating your plant. In addition to showing you the step-by-step, I'm also going to show you the amazing results. Look, this little seedling here, we put it to root just a short time ago. I'm going to take it out of the pot and show you that in a very short time, it has already developed roots. Stay with me and you'll learn in this video. The first step is to choose the plant from which we'll take the branch and the branch that we're going to cut. I like to take cuttings from plants that are 100% healthy. It's important that the branch doesn't have mealybugs, aphids, or any pests at all. And you can choose those branches from plants that have grown too leggy so you can already start shaping the canopy of your plant with the pruning you're doing. Now we're going to choose a part of the branch that is neither too young nor too woody. We're going to cut this branch here about 10 to 15 centimeters long and at a diagonal, okay? A very important guideline you should follow is to cut at a diagonal and always use clean tools, preferably sterilized and very sharp to avoid crushing the plant. After making the first cut, you'll wait a little while and then make a second cut here, see? To let the plant sap drain and have it nice and dry. You can do this either on the top part or the bottom part, okay? Since I'm recording here, I'm going to cut very carefully. Let me use both hands to make the cut here on the bottom part just right, okay? See, it needs to be a clean, straight, and diagonal cut so that if it gets water, whether from rain or watering, when water hits this wound, it won't stay on the surface but will run off. So what we've done here is the foundation for all rooting with a branch about 10 to 15 centimeters long. A branch that's already a bit woody but not too old, and a clean diagonal cut with a clean tool. This is the foundation for all rooting, so pay attention to this detail. Now at the base of the plant where you made the cut, where we're also going to wait for new shoots, we're going to seal this wound with a natural healing agent, which is powdered cinnamon. See, folks? We're going to apply it both to the bottom part of the plant's base where we made the cut and also to the part we're going to root, which is the canopy part of our plant. Here where the cut is, this open wound, we're not going to leave it open, no. We're going to put our natural healing agent here. Look, powdered cinnamon, which is a natural healer, and you probably already have it at home. I don't like to put my finger directly on these open wounds. Always work with clean hands and avoid direct contact of your hand here, okay? Don't do this here, all right? We're doing this with very clean, well-washed hands, so that's what we're going to do with our plant. After cutting the branch and sealing the wound, don't plant it right away, okay? You should leave this branch here resting in a place without direct sunlight, but also not in the dark for 24 to 48 hours. Never plant it right after you cut it because the risk of losing it is very high. So what should you do? Wait between 24 and 48 hours before planting. I have a little branch here. We've already done this process. We've already waited for it to heal a bit. We already have it here. Look, 24 hours after planting, and now I'm going to show you the next step with this branch which has already been resting. Now the place where we're going to root the branch will be this little pot here. Notice that the pot has a lot of holes. These holes are very important for the desert rose, whether for rooting or for its overall health. This is where the excess water from watering or rain will drain out. So we're going to plant in this container. As a drainage layer in your pot, use charcoal for barbecues, but it can't be used charcoal. It needs to be new, unused charcoal. Why? Charcoal is antifungal. It prevents bacteria, fungi, and even diseases that could affect your plant. Besides providing excellent drainage in your pot, it also prevents the holes from getting clogged with soil or planting substrate. So we're going to put the charcoal in first. Now take a look at how the charcoal looks in the pot. Now go ahead and add to your container or pot a light, well-draining substrate. Ideally use one that is high quality and specifically made for desert roses or even for succulents or cacti. All of these substrates are specifically formulated to ensure excellent drainage and will help prevent the accumulation of excess water in the plant you are rooting. This will ensure that your plant doesn't get moldy even if you water it a lot, which you won't, because I'm also going to teach you how to water it here. But pay close attention to the substrate. It needs to be like this. A light, fresh, very porous substrate so that when you water, the water really drains through. Now comes the real secret, okay? We're going to prepare a rooting solution. We're going to need 100 milliliters of clean water here, okay? Just clean, regular water. You can use tap water, but let it sit for a while so the chlorine evaporates. And if you do everything right but still can't get the branches to root, here's the reason. The specialists, the professionals, they use rooting agents. This one here is an organic rooting agent, see? Organic fertilizer, which really helps your branches to root. And believe it or not, this rooting agent here, don't worry, there's a link in the description. At the end of the video, you can come back and access the link to buy this product if it's not available in your area. But it's very cheap. It comes in a little bottle like this and it goes a long way, okay? You give it a little shake like this. You're going to open it up and let's put about 10 milliliters of this product into 100 milliliters here. 100 milliliters of water, 10 milliliters of this product. We're going to add it right here. Look, usually I even use less. 5 milliliters is already enough because it's a rooting hormone. And it's a natural hormone, guys. A capful like this is about 5 milliliters. So we're going to add a little more here. Look, let's put in about 1.5 capfuls. That'll be roughly between 5 and 10 milliliters of this powerful organic rooting agent. Just this tip alone is worth a like on this video because not many people share this with you, okay? Once you've added the rooting agent, now stir this mixture, make sure it's well blended. And with this, we can use this little product for several cuttings. I'm just going to show it on one here, but later I'll do it with several cuttings. What I really want is for you to learn. This is the color it should be, and now we're going to do the proper rooting procedure. The rooting agent isn't a miracle worker. It needs to be used along with all the tips we're sharing in this video. So follow this step by step. If you forget anything, watch it again, but stick to these rules and it will work. 100% effective, you'll see. Now you're going to take that little cutting of yours that's been resting and healing for 24 or 48 hours, and you're simply going to put it here. Look, you'll place it so it makes contact with the base of the plant and leave it here for 5 to 10 minutes. Thinner branches 5 minutes, thicker branches 10 minutes. Just to be sure, I'm going to leave it here for 10 minutes before planting, and then we'll plant it the right way to make sure it takes root. So you can let it rest here, just don't leave it in the hot sun, okay? Do this when the weather is cloudy or at the end of the afternoon, early in the morning, and always try to do it when your desert rose isn't flowering. If it has flowers, let them fall first, and when it's without flowers, you can prune it to encourage new shoots and also to make clones of your desert rose. It's been more than 10 minutes now. About 11 minutes have passed since we let this solution work. This solution you see here, this rooting agent, it contains natural hormones that stimulate root formation in the branch. Besides that, it has micronutrients that provide the plant's initial structure, all the nutrients it needs. That's why growers are able to produce seedlings from branches with more roots, with less loss, and stronger plants that grow significantly faster. I can tell you that you'll be truly surprised by how quickly roots develop on these branches and the way these roots grow. It might sound unbelievable, but now I'm going to teach you how to plant the right way. In the pot with the substrate we prepared, we're going to make a little hole in the middle like this. We're not going to bury it too deep, okay? We're going to insert it about 3 to 5 centimeters and gently press this little branch so it can stand upright. See? You can't bury it too deep because when you do, the chances of it rotting increase. If you do it this way, it's guaranteed to work. Give it a try and then let us know how it turned out. Now all you have to do is come and give it the first watering. Whenever you do the initial watering, use a spray bottle so the water doesn't come out too strong and destabilize our branch. You can water it generously. This branch has already healed. We let it rest, so there's no risk of it rotting easily. We're going to water it until water comes out of the little holes at the bottom, but always water it gently, like this. Look, the water is coming out the bottom now, so you can stop watering. Now just take this little pot and place it somewhere bright but without direct sunlight. You're going to leave it there, water it once a week, and in 30 days you'll already see roots, as I'm about to show you. With these amazing results, we have branches at various stages of rooting. Take a look at this branch that we rooted a few days ago, and this one here, for example, has been rooting for about 30 days. And just look at the abundance of roots on this branch, which, as you can see, was rooted from a branch itself. So this is a seedling grown from a branch, using this simple and easy method. Another amazing result, which is already starting to sprout new shoots here, is this very branch. Look at the amount of healthy roots we have on this branch here. It's actually a much bigger and thicker branch, supposedly harder to root according to others. But with this method, we can root it very easily as well. And for smaller branches, here's another example. We have this little branch here. See, it's a small branch. It's already been pruned, and we also have very abundant rooting. Look at the amount of roots we found on this seedling here. Isn't it simple to do? And you can make a seedling at home, while some people are paying a lot for it. You can do it yourself by taking a branch from your neighbor, or even by buying a seedling and multiplying it into several, so you can even recover the money you spent on the one you bought, or actually profit from the seedlings you're making. The desert rose blooms abundantly, can live over a century with proper care, and look how wonderful it is with its heavy bloom. We also have fertilizers to help these plants bloom. In the videos here, you'll find several fertilizers that stimulate this plant's flowering, and when well cared for, it looks amazing. Just look at these ones, really beautiful, some with very exotic shapes. You'll love having this plant at home. It requires little maintenance. Here, for plants of this size, we water them once a week. Its watering is quite spaced out, it loves sunlight and produces lots of flowers. See how simple it is to propagate desert rose and have this beautiful plant in your home? With this method, you'll never need to buy this plant again. And this same method works for countless different types of plants. But it's absolutely essential that you leave your feedback on today's content. Right here. Leave a comment below in the comment section with your rating from 0 to 10. How would you rate the content we created to share these helpful gardening tips with you? My mission is to bring you free, tested, and proven tips so you can apply them at home and get truly impressive results with your plants, just like we do here in our nursery. But if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet and want to keep learning about plants, it's very important that you go now to the subscribe button and subscribe to this channel right now. And even more absolutely crucial than that, you need to turn on the notification bell so you don't miss any of the exciting upcoming videos we post here on the channel. So, turn on the bell right away and don't be selfish. Share this content with other people. So, we put a lot more work into creating this content, and we do it completely free of charge for you. So all you need to do is share it with your friends, with people you care about, with a group of people who love plants, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who need this information, and you already have it in your hands. You've already discovered our channel. You just need to share it so they can have access to this information too. And before you leave this video, I'm going to leave a suggestion here for you to binge watch and learn more about plants and how you can take better care of yours. I'll stop here for now, sending a big kiss to your heart. There are important links down below, including all the products we use in our videos. These products we used in today's video, all of them are in the link in the description. Just check it out if you want to get them for your home. Big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video. I'm out. Hey, did you know there's a specialized fertilizer that can root any cutting much more quickly than usual? Even the most difficult cuttings at least 5 times faster. Just take a look at how beautiful this rooting of cuttings is, because today you're going to learn the trick that even experienced gardeners still don't know. A trick that makes any cutting root easily, using a fertilizer stimulus that you probably already have at home. Just look at the amount of roots we have from the Bougainvillea spring. These are branches, cuttings that have been rooted. A few of these cuttings may still fail to survive even after developing roots, but the vast majority of the plants do root successfully. More, it is at least 5 times easier and faster for you to root any cutting you have right in your home. Just look at how healthy these roots are. This is so good that it works with pomegranate cuttings, and it also works with basil cuttings. Rooting works for any type of plant, ornamentals, cypress, thuja. It also works with mulberries, mulberry trees, and of course, as you've already seen, Bougainvillea, which is a plant that's quite difficult to root. In other words, any type of cutting you have at home and want to root, this formula I'm going to share with you today will solve that problem. Now tell me, who among those who grow plants and have tried to root a plant has had a cutting that just didn't take, dried out, didn't develop roots, didn't produce new leaves, it just dried up and they lost the cutting? Sometimes someone only has a single cutting they got from someone else, from a plant they really wanted, and when they try to root it, they lose it. But this happens because the plant doesn't have the right nutrients for rooting, or sometimes it even lacks the necessary hydration until it takes root. All the main problems will be solved with the technique and the products I'm going to show you today here on the Plantas channel. So pay close attention until the end of the video to every step, every technique, and all the products we'll be using here today. The first thing we're going to do is choose the plant we want to propagate. This is a bougainvillea, also known as primavera. I love this plant and I'll take more cuttings. I've picked the plant and now the branch. Look at this long branch. Just look at the size of this branch. And then we have the option to cut the branch right at the tip here, or we could also cut it at the bottom. But we're not going to choose either of those options, because for rooting branches, what's best is not a branch that's too young or too old. The ideal is a branch of medium age, which in the case of bougainvillea is a branch that is neither that light green nor that woody brown. I've already chosen mine. I'm going to cut this branch here and show you which branch I picked to use. Look, here we have a branch with a lighter green, see? And there's this branch that's in its middle stage of life. This is the branch we're going to use for rooting. Just look at the size of this branch we've chosen. It needs to be healthy. And the plant also needs to be healthy and free of any signs of pests. With this, we have a much greater chance that these branches will root quickly and with minimal risk of loss. This way you won't be wasting your time trying to root a stubborn branch that just won't root. Now we're going to start carefully preparing our cuttings. Whenever we handle these branches for rooting, we should always use clean, properly sterilized tools, okay? And for rooting the branches, the ideal is a branch about the length of a handspan. So we're going to cut here, not straight across, okay? We always cut like this, look, at a diagonal. I've already measured one, a handspan, so now I can cut approximately here, see, and we'll basically have cuttings of the same size. A lot of times people ask me what the ideal thickness is for a cutting to root successfully. And I always like to use healthy cuttings that are just about as thick as a standard ink pen or a common school pencil. When it gets really thin like this, see, when you get to the tips of the branches, which are usually greener and thinner, those branches don't root very well. The loss rate is very high, so I can discard the tip of this branch here because I'm going to work with branches like this. Look, these are the branches I'm going to work with, and be very careful not to lose track of which end is the tip and which is the base of the branch. The part that goes into the soil is the base of the branch. If we put this top part in, the success rate also drops a lot. I'm also going to remove these initial leaves from the stem now. This branch doesn't need these leaves at the beginning because that will increase dehydration. The branch will dehydrate faster, so we're going to remove these first leaves. I can leave 1, 2, even 3 leaves here, that's fine, but any more than that isn't necessary, especially because once this branch takes root, it will produce new, healthier leaves that won't dehydrate. So look at how it's going to look. See? We remove these lower leaves and leave just 1, 2, or 3 leaves at the top so the branch understands it's alive and can carry out photosynthesis. You need to pay close attention from now on because the most important techniques are coming up and they're what make a difference in rooting. Pay close attention. For each little branch, we're going to do this. Look, a little initial cleaning. We're going to remove this green part. We're basically going to peel this branch. You don't need to peel too much. You don't need to be aggressive with the branch. We're just going to clear this lower part of the branch, the part that goes into the soil. We'll do a little cleaning, always using a very clean tool, you see? And this is how your little branch will look. You're going to remove a small piece about the width of a finger, see? That's what you're going to take off your branch. For all the branches you're going to root, you'll do this here. While I am doing this on the other remaining branches, I would really love for you to comment down below if this is the kind of video you enjoy watching here on our channel. Also, let me know if you usually do this same little cleaning process that we are doing here when you root your own branches, and especially if you have already been successful in rooting the branches you try at home. All 5 of our branches are now ready for planting, and so now we are going to prepare the container that will receive these branches. And that's why many times people aren't able to replicate the tips from our channel. Sometimes people think that just this technique is enough to root a branch, but now comes the preparation of the container, which is equally important for the branch to take root. And there are also other things that we are going to use in the rooting process to achieve a much higher success rate. You can be sure, absolutely sure, that you will get the seedling you are trying to root, but you need to apply everything we're showing here so you don't make mistakes later. The container I'm going to use for planting is an 11-pot container, which means it has an 11-centimeter opening. It's not big, it's small, but it has a lot of holes. And the soil for planting that I'm going to use is a soil that I prepared myself here, but it needs to be a high-quality, light soil that can retain water, but also has the ability to drain water. Whenever you water, the water needs to go down through the substrate and come out through the little holes. This is the ideal soil for rooting cuttings. This planting soil is dry, but now we're going to lightly moisten all of it to improve the friction with the cuttings we're going to plant. It's already started to drain down here, and now we're going to put our cuttings in for rooting. Look, the part that we cleaned, we're going to put it completely into the soil, and we're going to place all these cuttings in this same container. There's no need for another container. As they start to root, we'll transfer them to larger containers, especially since this is a plant that grows quite large. But here, we're just going to root them. They'll only spend a short period of time in this environment. There we go, now we give it a gentle press, and then we'll finish watering just until the excess water starts to drain out through the holes at the bottom. Look! It needs to be thoroughly watered now, and we'll let all this water drain out. Only the substrate will stay moist, only the planting soil will remain damp, and our cuttings will be nice and firm. One of the main things for rooting the cuttings is that we're going to add root fertilizer, which will actually stimulate quick and effective rooting of these cuttings we've planted and of the cuttings you'll plant at home. Now, my friend, pay close attention, because this product, which costs less than 20 reais, is extremely concentrated. With just one capful, you can make a liter of fertilizer for your roots, flowers, for rooting your cuttings, and it costs less than 20 reais. It's already available in our store, but pay close attention to how you prepare it, because it's extremely concentrated here. A small bottle like this yields 20 liters of this product. We're now going to prepare about 500 milliliters of it so we can do the rooting. Alright, so let's open up this product here. I'm going to use a syringe for this, because to make a full 500 milliliters, I'll only need exactly 2.5 milliliters of this specific product. So we're going to collect 2.5 milliliters of this product here. Look, I drew too much, so we're going to put some back down to 2.5 milliliters to make 500 milliliters of this rooting solution. It's also very good for flowering plants, but here our focus is on roots. So I'm going to add it to 500 milliliters of clean water and stir so our solution becomes well mixed. Here we have all the macronutrients. There's nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. But because of the exceptionally high concentration of phosphorus in this fertilizer, our rooting will be a guaranteed success. The overall health of our plant's roots will be a guaranteed success. And now that our product is already mixed, you're going to come over to your cuttings and simply give them a light watering with this product. We're going to add at most 100 milliliters here. You don't need very much. We're just going to do a single watering with this product right here so that this wealth of phosphorus, potassium, and nitrogen reaches all of our planting soil, so that the cuttings in contact with the soil can also absorb it and be stimulated to root very well. Now we're going to use a little plastic bag. Oh, Weny, but what is this bag for? It's to ensure the hydration of our cuttings. We are giving our cutting the perfect conditions for nutrition and environment, and now we are going to provide the perfect moisture conditions for our cutting. First, find a plastic bag that is just a little bit larger than your planting pot. Wunku. We are then going to carefully place our pot right inside that bag. Very gently, we are going to pull the sides of this bag upward, because this simple bag will help us create a perfect mini greenhouse environment. This improvised greenhouse is essential so that our delicate plant cuttings never dry out or suffer from a lack of moisture and hydration. The conditions we're creating are perfect. I know you're really dying to discover what product I used here, right? I'm going to reveal exactly what the product is, what the fertilizer is, and where you can find it. But I really need you to watch this video until the very end, because you'll miss something important if you skip it. Something that will actually make all the difference for perfect rooting to happen. We made a small twist here at the tip of the bag. It needs to be completely and tightly sealed, okay? And now we're going to tie a firm knot so that no air escapes from our little greenhouse, no matter what. It needs to be securely sealed up, so it works exactly the way we want it to. So let's tie a good tight knot here to prevent any air from escaping. And so I can finally reveal to you the specialized rooting fertilizer formula that most people don't tell you about. Take a look at how our greenhouse will look. nice and sealed, retaining all the moisture and ensuring the essential nutrients your plant requires to develop roots are kept inside. And the product we're using for rooting is NPK 4-14-8 in liquid form, folks. Don't worry, the link will be right on my profile, in the bio link and also in the video description. You'll easily find this product on our website. What I really want is for you not to focus only on the product, but also on all the different factors that influence the good rooting of your cuttings. By doing it this way, we can achieve an absolutely incredible success rate in rooting. Our little bag also needs to be kept in a controlled environment. It can't be a place with direct sunlight, nor can it be a dark environment in total darkness. It needs to be in a well-lit place without direct sunlight, so it can do this here. Look, this greenhouse process. See how there's a lot of humidity inside the little greenhouses we've already made? That's exactly how your little greenhouse needs to be. So for that, never direct sunlight, always a well-lit environment. You do not even need to open it up to water the plants. When you finally open this, 60 or 90 days will have already passed by, and you will notice that there is still moisture inside. Wise. This is how your seedlings will look after you take them out of that bag, that greenhouse. Never take them straight into full sun. Once you move them outdoors, slowly and carefully acclimate your plants to the direct sunlight. They're used to a perfect environment. When you take them out of the greenhouse and expose them to real conditions, they might struggle a bit until they adapt. So the most crucial thing to remember is that they already have roots. But now, to keep the leaves healthy looking and to continue good root development, you should reapply fertilizer with NPK 4-14-8. And even more importantly, steadily increase the amount of sunlight your plant receives. Start in partial shade, then gradually increase by 1 or 2 hours of sunlight per day until it becomes hardened and truly ready to receive full sun. My mission, as you already know, is to bring you effective tips that have been tested and proven in practice in a straightforward and free way, so you can immediately put them into action and truly see results with your plants. Now, your mission is to help me. Leave your rating here in the comments from 0 to 10 for today's content. I really want to know your honest opinion. And to make sure you don't miss the next lessons, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, activate the notification bell because that's the only way you'll be notified whenever I post a new video. Share this content with someone who is passionate about plants because this knowledge can transform a lot of people's gardens. Oh, and all the items I used in this video are already available at the link below in the description. I strongly recommend that you watch this next video here on the screen, which I prepared especially for you to keep learning how to take better care of your plants. I'll stop here for now. A big kiss to your heart and see you in the next video. I'm out! If I didn't show someone, they wouldn't believe it, but this homemade spray kills any pest in just 12 seconds. Aphids, mealybugs, leaf miners, ants, everything. I only use 2 ingredients that you already have in your kitchen, but there's a secret in the proportions. If you get it wrong, that's it. It won't work. Stick with me because I'm going to show you everything in this video. And if you're tired of seeing your plants like this infested with pests, it's time for you to subscribe here to the Plantas channel because here we bring tips that really work. Go ahead and leave a like if you want to see your plants free from pests. Who here has ever felt that sense of desperation when you see your plants being devoured? I know exactly how that feels. Aphids sucking the life out of the leaves, scale insects stuck on like ticks on our plants, leaf miner larvae making these patterns here. Look, twisting the leaves of our crops. It really breaks your heart. But after almost 10 years taking care of plants here at the nursery, I discovered a recipe that's more powerful than any expensive pesticide. And the most incredible thing is, in 12 seconds the pests die. But there's a secret in the preparation, which I'll only reveal at the end. Before I show you how to prepare this magic potion, you need to understand why it works so well. You'll be shocked when you find out how these 2 simple ingredients become a powerful lethal weapon against any pest, any insect. Don't leave this video until you absolutely discover the 12-second trick, which makes all the difference. The first ingredient is apple cider vinegar. But why apple cider vinegar and not any other vinegar? Because apple cider vinegar has a specific pH that destroys the respiratory system of insects. It can be any brand. It also dissolves that protective layer of mealybugs and aphids, that layer that protects these insects. The second ingredient is neutral detergent. Attention, it has to be neutral, but it can be any brand. It acts as a carrier, allowing the vinegar to penetrate the bodies of the insects. It's as if it opens the doors for the apple cider vinegar to get in. When these 2 ingredients are combined in the right proportion, they become a solution that suffocates any pest within seconds. The detergent blocks their breathing and the vinegar corrodes their little bodies. In almost 10 years, I have never seen anything so effective. Now comes the part the industry doesn't want you to know. The exact proportion that turns these common ingredients into a weapon against pests. But first, let me show you the results I achieved here in the nursery. Take a look at this plant that arrived here at the nursery, completely infested with pests. It was covered in aphids everywhere, some scale insects stuck to it, and its leaves were destroyed. We even had those leaf miner larvae here which love this type of plant. It's total desperation, but when I apply our solution, guys, it's amazing. In just a few seconds, the aphids start to fall off, the scale insects let go of the leaves. It's almost like magic, but it's not, it's science. Look at these same plants after a few days. The leaves are nice and green, completely pest-free, growing healthy. I've already saved hundreds of plants with this recipe. Now here comes the recipe you've all been waiting for. The exact recipe, the right proportions, and the secret of the 12 seconds. So if I were you, I'd grab a pen and paper because you're going to want to write down what I have to say. For every 500 milliliters of water, we're going to need 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar, 2 tablespoons. As for the neutral detergent, we'll need half a small spoonful. One of those tiny spoons, a teaspoon, the smallest one there is. Then we're going to mix the ingredients right here very gently so we don't create too much foam, but let's make sure our solution is thoroughly blended. After mixing, we can carefully pour the entire solution into a spray bottle, and now it is ready to use. And now, the 12-second secret, you should apply it directly onto the leaves and the pests, soaking them thoroughly. Don't spray from a distance, go ahead and spray it directly. It's essential that it comes into contact with the pest. In 12 seconds, they will be dead. Be sure to check like this, look under the leaves and apply from the bottom up so you can be sure that our entire solution has reached the pests. Apply early in the morning or late in the afternoon, never under strong sunlight. Use it once a week until all the pests are eliminated. After that, once a month is enough to prevent them from coming back. Always test any product you plan to use on your plants on a single leaf first, so you can see whether it will harm or benefit your plants. You can try it. The results are guaranteed. The most important moment of the video is now. You're going to leave your rating here in the comments from 0 to 10. What score do you give today's recipe? Homemade kills everything in 12 seconds so you can take care of your plants. Write down here in the comments from 0 to 10. Just leave your score without hesitation. If you've already tried it, let us know in the comments if it worked. If you have friends who also struggle with pests on their plants, share this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss the next videos which I'm already preparing to bring here. I'll leave a suggested video here that a lot of people liked and I think you'll like it too. A big kiss to your heart and see you in the next video. Bye. This might seem too simple, but there is a common ingredient that almost everyone already has at home, and when it is used in exactly the right way, it makes your fruit plants produce fruit very quickly. Just look at the little fruits already forming on my purple guava, and as you can see, it's still in the bag. It hasn't even been planted in the ground or in a pot, it's still in the bag. So this trick works for any plant you have, whether it's in a pot or in the ground. And it doesn't just work on guava, it works on any fruit-bearing plant. Take a look at this jabuticaba tree. It's still a young jabuticaba plant, and it's already starting to form fruit again. It has already produced fruit before, just like this guava tree here, which is also in a very tiny container, folks. And with just a single spoonful of this, which you likely already have at home, you can easily double the fruit yield of your mature fruit tree, or even cut in half the time it takes for any fruit tree you have at home to start producing fruit. Come with me because today I'm going to show you how I get my fruit trees to produce a lot, and this information is free. I'm here with my lychee seedling, and I'm going to do exactly what I always do. In fact, I've already done the wrong thing because look here, it's full of roots. Soon we'll remove this branch from a productive plant, and I'm going to show you exactly how I fertilize to get early fruit in my pot. A lot of people think their fruit tree doesn't produce because it's weak, because it's in a pot, or even because it's not the right season. But most of the time, the problem isn't the plant. The problem actually is the wrong nutrition at the wrong time. And that's why so often the plant grows, gets big with very beautiful leaves, but doesn't start flowering, let alone fruiting. It takes a long time for this to happen, and when it does, it happens in a very weak way. But what I'm going to show you here today with this is simple, tested, and respects the plant's natural cycle. No forcing artificial growth here. Here, we stimulate the plant to produce because it understands that it is strong, nourished, and ready for production. So the ingredient we're going to use here is this powder that you already have at home called ground cinnamon. But hold on, don't get too excited thinking this ingredient works miracles. Guys, stay until the end because you'll understand that it's not a miracle, it's science applied the right way to the plant. Cinnamon isn't just a spice for making your desserts or for use in the kitchen. Cinnamon has antifungal and antibacterial properties and helps protect the plant's roots. When the soil is healthy, the plant spends less energy defending itself and more energy producing flowers and fruit. In addition, it improves the entire soil environment, thus preventing root rot and blockages in the absorption of nutrients present in the soil. Now pay close attention to this part, everyone, because this is where most people make mistakes. It's not just about grabbing some cinnamon and throwing it on the soil any old way. No. For medium-sized pots like these here, of approximately 20 liters, which are the ideal size for fruit trees in pots. So what you're going to do is this. You're going to take half a small spoonful, one of those tiny spoons, I think it's a coffee spoon, put a little bit in water and mix this whole solution together. The cinnamon will gradually dissolve in this water. You're going to mix and mix until all those little lumps disappear, and then we'll know our mixture is nice and homogeneous. After it's dissolved in the water, you'll gently apply it around the base of your plant's trunk, like this. You're not going to put it directly on the trunk. No, you'll put it on the soil of your plant because that's how the roots will absorb it. For plants in the ground, you can double this amount of cinnamon and water. But now I'm going to reveal a secret that I use here in my nursery, and it really makes a big difference. Just this alone already brings tremendous results in fruit production, but now I'm going to teach you how to release more nutrients into your plant's soil, since now that you've applied the cinnamon, your plant is able to absorb the nutrients here much better. So what are we going to do? We're going to add more nutrients to this fruit-producing soil. So if you want to boost fruiting even more, here comes the second ingredient, which is this right here, guys, bone meal. I'm revealing this because it's what I use here, and it's a reward for you who stick around until the end of the videos because it's at the end that we reveal the biggest secrets. Look, right here we have some organic bone meal. And what we are going to do immediately after applying our ground cinnamon to the plant is this specific step right here. With a little spoon like this, I'm going to take some of my bone meal. This also works with wood ash, okay guys? I like bone meal because it's more concentrated. But you're going to take the bone meal here, see, and put one spoonful on this side and another spoonful on this side of your plant. So we're going to put the bone meal around our pot without touching the trunk yet, see? Once you've added it, now we're going to mix this bone meal into the soil. So we're going to mix this bone meal into the surface of the soil here because now every time we water our plant, the bone meal, which is rich in phosphorus and calcium, two essential elements for flowers, fruit, and the plant's strength, will release all these nutrients directly to the roots of our plant, thus encouraging flowering and fruiting. This works for any fruit-bearing plant. Once that's done, you can now come in with the watering can and give it a watering. Guys, this isn't to soak it now. The plant has already been watered. This is simply to release all the nutrients into the soil directly to the roots of our plant. So it's a light watering. You don't need to drench it at this stage of fertilization. Now, it's really important for you to know what I'm about to tell you because this is where most people make mistakes. This is a fertilization that you should do on your plants every 60 days. Do this fertilization together with the fertilization using cow manure or chicken manure. So 1 month you fertilize with cow or chicken manure, and the next month you use cinnamon and bone meal for fertilization. This way, your plant gets all the nutrients it needs to produce quickly. Soon you'll see this lychee tree right here bearing fruit. You can see it's healthy enough to even grow roots, right? And it's not a coincidence, okay, folks, that my fruit trees bear so much fruit. It's all about balance. Never overdo the dosage. Always follow the guidelines we share here, the timing, the quantities, and then you'll see that it's balance that leads to this amazing production. This is a plant that's in the ground, see? And look, it has a lot of fruits forming here, and some have already formed. Let me show you here, see? That's right, folks. We're talking about a plant that has just finished producing. Look, see? There are still fruits on the tree that haven't even fallen yet, and it's already flowering again. There are other fruits here that are still developing, still green, and soon they'll be ready to eat. So the plant doesn't stop producing when you provide the right nutrition. And you see fruits forming, flowers blooming, and all kinds of plants. Just look at this acerola tree. It's loaded. There are a lot of green acerolas here in the video. I don't know if you can see them, but there are ripe acerolas, green acerolas, and flowers forming. Just avoid fertilizing plants that are very sick. I really like to do this here, guys. Look, also to increase the penetration of fertilizers into the soil so the hydration reaches all the way down. The important thing is that you pay attention to the signals your plant is giving you. It's healthy with new leaves, with new shoots. If it's doing well, you can do this because then I do recommend it. If it's a little sick, a bit weak, then I recommend you check out the other videos we've made here on the channel teaching how to revitalize plants that are weak or sick. This video and the others are created precisely to teach you for free. exactly how we take care of our plants professionally, to greatly increase both their fruit production and their beautiful flowering. But you have a mission here on the channel. Here in the comments section, leave your rating from 0 to 10 so we know how good this content is for you. Leave your review here, your score from 0 to 10, the city you're speaking from, and your name so we know how far we're reaching. Give the video a like if you enjoyed it. More important than that, share this video with someone who needs it. Guys, just click on share and you'll help one person, or better yet, several people. Don't forget to also activate the notification bell, because that's the only way to make sure you'll receive the next videos here on the Ian Plantas channel. All the products, including the bone meal we use, we leave the links here in the video description so you can access them in case you don't have a quality product at an affordable price in your city. Here we leave everything in the description for you to access, including the link for those who want to support our channel. I really want to thank the dozens of people who are supporting our channel here on YouTube. We offer this content for free, but we are rewarded with your views and support. You can also support our channel through the link in the description. I'll leave a suggested video for you to learn more about plants. A big kiss to your heart and see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Now just take a good look at all this water right here. This just looks like dirty water, right? Like something you throw away. But if you put just one spoonful of this on any plant, it starts bursting with vibrant new leaves. Saikao. Look, even these ferns absolutely love this fertilizer here. This is a powerful fertilizer you can easily make at home to get beautiful new growth on all your plants. Ferns, foliage plants, and even other types of plants love this fertilizer because it's natural, homemade, and extremely rich in nutrients. And the craziest thing is that almost no one knows how to use this the right way. A lot of people who try to use it end up burning their plants or see no results at all. You don't need to worry because you follow Plantas, and today I'm going to reveal the complete recipe that specialist nurseries use to get very beautiful new growth on ferns, even on new ones. Even small seedlings start to grow leaves very quickly. It might look like video editing, but no, it's real, okay guys? The leaves are really healthy and large, and they grow very quickly as long as they have the right nutrients. This is the secret gardening recipe that transforms any weak, stagnant, or stunted fern into a lush, large fern with vivid green leaves that will immediately capture the attention of anyone who visits your home. Let me ask you something. How many times have you put your fern in a nice spot, watered it just right, and even fertilized it, but then it just stopped growing, didn't produce any new leaves, and became sparse, weak, or even started turning yellow? You can be sure that I know exactly what you're going through, how frustrating it is to have a plant that lacks fullness, that doesn't shine, that stays sparse, turns yellow, has no strength, doesn't grow, and doesn't sprout new leaves. Look, it's really sad, isn't it? You've probably gone through this or going through it now, or at least know someone who is. You don't have leaves like this on your ferns, or maybe you don't have beautiful leaves and flowers on any of the plants you have at home. But when I figured out what was going on, I realized it wasn't a small pot, it wasn't lack of water, it wasn't lack of light, it wasn't any of those usual things. It was simply the lack of the right nutrients for my plant. And then after I learned, just look at how beautiful things turned out. Brand new little sprouts, look at that, with really fresh growth and a vibrant green that's a pleasure to see. And that's why today I'm going to show you. I already have the fertilizer ready here, but I'm going to make it again so you can learn. The specialized fertilizer that activates rapid growth in your plant, the key ingredient that unlocks the roots, the exact proportion so you don't burn your plant when you should apply it. How to use this fertilizer, even on other plants you have at home, for growth, development, new leaves, and most importantly, true overall health for your entire plant. But you'll have to watch step by step until the end. Because the most important part, the one that makes your fern or any other plant grow 3 times faster, I'm only going to reveal at the end of this video. That's because you need to understand the entire process so you don't make mistakes and then say that this fertilizer doesn't work. You'll have to watch until the end, but you'll thank me later. I promise. It'll be quick. All ferns and large-leafed plants like these consume a lot of nitrogen. But what nobody tells you is that without organic matter, they stop growing. Without microorganisms in the soil, they can't absorb nutrients, and with poor soil, they wilt and their leaves fall off or even turn yellow, which is even worse, right? But this fertilizer here, which is what I use and will teach you how to apply today to prepare at home, will provide everything your plants need. Not just for ferns, but for any type of plant with leaves. This is a fermented organic fertilizer. It's not just a fertilizer, it's a bioactivator. Do you know what that means? When you put this into the soil, it wakes up the beneficial microorganisms that were lying dormant in your plant's soil. These microorganisms literally break down the nutrients and deliver them to the plant in a way that allows it to absorb them much, much faster than ever before. It's like giving pre-digested food to the plant. Not only does it eat more, but it also grows more. And this here is bokashi, one of the most widely used organic fertilizers for plants and the most recommended by specialists. Now, chicken manure. This is the growth turbo, rich in natural nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. But here's the detail where a lot of people go wrong. This fertilizer here can't be used raw and fresh, nor can it be used in large quantities because it's very strong. It needs to be well composted, light, odorless, and used in the right amount. And yes, it will have a great effect because do you know the difference between poison and medicine? It's the dose, it's the quantity. And I'm going to give you this exact measurement today here in this video so you can try it out and then comment below with your amazing results. Now let's get to the preparation. In 1 liter of chlorine-free water, in other words, if the water is regular tap water, let it sit for 24 hours until the chlorine evaporates. I'm going to show you how to make 1 liter of this fertilizer. If you want to make larger quantities, just double the recipe. You can make 1, 2, 3 batches, it doesn't matter. The principle is the same. Now you're going to add the bokashi. And look, pay close attention to the amount, okay? I'm going to add here, look, 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls of bokashi for 1 liter of fertilizer. Ideally, you should use the same pure bokashi that we have here in the nursery. I always leave the link in the video description, but watch the video until the end because all the ingredients we use here in the nursery will be listed there in the description. Now we're going to add just 1 small spoonful of aged chicken manure. Light, dry, without a strong smell, and if it stinks, don't use it, okay? It's still fresh and can harm your plant. It needs to be like this, see, really dry. Then you'll go ahead and add 1 small spoonful for this amount of fertilizer that we're making. Now we mix it all together, stirring everything very well. And here's a secret. You shouldn't use this right after you've prepared it, okay? If you apply it to your plant right after mixing, it won't work as well, and you won't get as much of a result as if you let this mixture rest for 24 hours. You can even let it rest for up to 48 hours, but after 24 hours, the nutrients have already been released. That's why I already have one here, see, ready to go. Look at the difference in color, see? Here we have the fertilizer prepared and ready for use after letting it rest for 24 hours. And that's why I already have it ready here so I can begin applying it directly to my plants and show you the correct way to apply it. So pay attention. Always let this solution rest for 24 hours before applying it to your plants. You know what's craziest about all this, guys? Look, I'm gonna give it a stir here, okay? Just to mix it up again because it's been resting for quite a while and you should do the same. But as I was saying, the craziest thing is that most people have already left this video, and now when we're at one of the most important parts, which is how to apply it, very few people will get to see it. But congratulations to you for making it to this part of the video. Comment down below if you're at this part of the video, because then I'll know that you're really interested in learning how to better care for your plants and not just after those generic little tips that only provide 1 or 2 nutrients and don't give your plant complete nutrition. Now look, I already have it measured here, see, 100 milliliters. 100 milliliters of this product is what I'm going to apply to plants in small pots. So look, for a small pot, I'm going to water it with this, 100 milliliters per pot, for example. For a hanging pot, size 21 or 18, you can use 100 milliliters of this solution, which is enough. But what if the fern is large? Look, I'm going to mark it here, see, 150 milliliters. We're going to fill up 150 milliliters of this product. Oops, I went a little over, huh? Look, let's pour it in here. 150 milliliters of this product here is what we're going to use on this large fern I have here. I'll show you now. Now we're going to use it on this big one. Guys, if I told you what this fern looked like before we started fertilizing and recovering it, you wouldn't believe it. Right now, it's still not at its peak. It's very beautiful, but it's still not at the peak of what it's going to become. Well, for large pots like this one, we're going to use 150 milliliters. Let me adjust this so you can see the application being done. This fertilizer is organic and natural, and then you're going to pour it here, look, in the corner. Now, this will penetrate the soil and the roots will already be able to absorb it. Look there, the leaves are already sprouting. With just a few applications that we've done on this fern here, it used to have very sparse leaves and some leaves were even dry and yellowed. Now, we already have, look, large leaves that have recently grown on this plant, even some still forming. Just look, zoomed in here so you can see that it's still opening. And look at the size of just this leaf. Isn't it amazing when our plant sprouts again like this? But Weny, I'm going to use it on other plants too. Look, 80 ml, 90 ml, that's enough. For other plants, you don't need to use more than 100 ml, okay? Because this here is very concentrated in nitrogen, which is for growth. And some other plants you apply it to probably don't need that much nitrogen all at once. So now I'm going to apply it here. Look on my jabuticaba tree. This jabuticaba tree is already producing even though it's still here. Look in the bag. It's a big bag, but it's already producing. And here, I'm going to add these 80 milliliters of this amazing and super powerful fertilizer so that any plant you have will grow at least 3 times faster and healthier. Now see how important it is for you to watch our videos until the end. The usage tips to make it work right at your home. Always apply at the end of the day when the strong sun has already passed and your plants won't be at any risk of burning. You can repeat this application. You see how much fertilizer this makes, right? You'll be able to apply it to several plants you have there. And every 15 days, that's when you'll do these fertilizations. Do it today, then after 15 days, do it again, and after another 15 days, again. And then, my friends, you will be amazed by the incredible results. I also don't suggest you apply this fertilizer if your soil is completely dry. You know when you look at your plant and it looks like it's dying of thirst? Give it a light watering. You don't need to soak it. It's not good to soak it. Always give it a light watering first and then, yes, you apply the fertilizer so the roots are already prepared to absorb all the nutrients we have here in an organic way. With the first or second application, you'll already notice thicker leaves on your ferns, and it doesn't matter if they're in a plastic bag or in a pot. You'll also notice fresh new shoots appearing. A strikingly vibrant shade of green on the leaves, that kind of green that really catches your eye, and the roots will start to get increasingly robust and strong. You might even see the roots pushing against the pot or even coming out of the pot. So consider starting to assess your fern and see whether it's time to repot it or not so you can continue with the fertilization. I know it might sound like a joke, but just look at how the roots of this plant are already, the one we've been applying this fertilizer to. Just look at all of these incredible roots, the impressive size of the plant, and the leaves that were once dry. See, they are already falling off now, and only those really vibrant, healthy, and strong leaves remain. And my personal mission is to test and share with you exactly what really works so that you can take much better care of your own plants. All of this is available for free right here on the channel, Grauito. But now your mission is to head over to the comments section below to evaluate whether we are on the right track and if this work is being well done. So please leave a rating here in the comments on a scale from 0 to 10 whether you liked it or not. That is how we know if the path we are following is truly helping you out and fulfilling our mission. Even more important than that, if you truly want to keep on learning for free right here on the channel, you need to subscribe right now by clicking the subscribe button and activating the notification bell, because that is the only way you won't miss any of the brand new content we bring here on the Weny Plantas channel each and every day. I already know that if you're here, you're really not selfish. So share this video with your group of friends, family, relatives, and with everyone you can. Because I'm sure this video will truly help you and a lot of people who need it. You have no idea what a single share from you can do in someone else's life. Down here, there's a video that I highly recommend you watch because I'm wrapping up here. I'll see you in the next video. A big kiss to your heart and everything you've seen here. All these products are in the link in the description. Just click and access it, and you'll be able to find the products we use here in the nursery. A kiss to your heart. See you. When did you find out that with a simple branch like this, you can make a desert rose just like this one without any difficulty at all? That's right, if we don't show it, a lot of people don't believe the incredible results we get with this technique, which is used by the top experts in desert rose propagation. When the desert roses are without flowers during their transition phase, that's when growers take the opportunity to multiply hundreds of plants with the same DNA. The secret to rooting these plants lies in the details, and it took me a long time to learn. I lost many plants before I discovered the real secret, which most growers will never reveal to you because they don't want you to learn this. It's very easy once you learn how. Come with me and I'll show you now. If you follow the step-by-step instructions and use the products I'm going to show you here, you can be sure you'll have desert roses multiplied at home by yourself. But you shouldn't skip any part of this video because right up to the end, there is important information that you need to consider when propagating the plant. In addition to showing you the step-by-step process, I'm also going to show you the amazing results. Look, this little seedling here, we set it to root just a short while ago, and I'll unpot it now to show you that it has already grown some roots. Stay with me, because you're going to learn in this video. The first step is to choose the plant from which we'll take the branch and the branch that we're going to cut. I personally prefer to carefully take new cuttings from plants that are completely and perfectly healthy. It's important that the branch doesn't have mealybugs, aphids, or any pests at all. And you can choose those branches from plants that have grown too leggy, so you can already start shaping the canopy of your plant with the pruning you're doing. Now we're going to choose a part of the branch that is neither too young nor too woody. We're going to cut this branch here about 10 to 15 centimeters long and cut it at an angle, okay? A crucial and essential guideline you should follow is to make your cuts at a slanted angle. And always use properly cleaned gardening tools, preferably sterilized and very sharp to avoid damaging the plant. After making the first cut, you should wait a little while and then make a second cut here, see? So the plant's sap can drain and the branch dries out nicely. You can do this either on the upper top part or the lower bottom part. Okay? Since I'm recording here, I'm gonna cut very carefully. Let me use both hands to make the cut here, on this bottom part, just right, okay? See? It needs to be a clean cut, a straight and diagonal cut, so that if it gets water, whether it rains or during watering, if water hits this wound, it won't stay on the surface but will run off. So what we've done here is the foundation for all rooting. About 10 to 15 centimeters of branch length, a branch that's already somewhat woody but not too old, and a clean diagonal cut with the clean tool. This is the foundation for all rooting, so pay attention to this detail. Now at the base of the plant you cut, where we're also going to wait for new shoots, we're going to seal this wound with the natural healing agent, which is powdered cinnamon, see folks? We're going to apply it both to the bottom part of the plant base, where we made the cut, and also to the part we're going to root, which is the canopy part of our plant. Here, where the cut is, this open wound, we're not going to leave it open, no. We're going to put our natural healing agent here. Look, powdered cinnamon, which is a natural healer, and you probably already have it at home. Personally, I don't like to put my finger directly on these open wounds. You should always work with very clean hands and try to avoid any direct contact of your hand right here, see? Please don't do this, okay? We're doing it with very clean, well-washed hands, so we're going to do this on our plant. After you cut the branch and treat it, don't plant it right away, okay? You're going to leave this branch here, resting in a place without direct sunlight, but also not dark, for 24 to 48 hours. Never plant it right after you cut it, because the risk of losing it is very high. So what are you going to do? Wait between 24 and 48 hours before planting. I have a little branch here that we've already done this process with, and we've waited for it to form a slight callus. We already have it here, look, 24 hours after cutting, and now I'm going to show the next step with this little branch here, which we've already let rest. Now, the environment where we're going to root the branch will be this little pot here. Notice that the pot has plenty of holes. These holes are very important for the desert rose, whether for rooting or for its regular growth. This is where the excess water from watering or rain will drain out. So we are going to plant in this container. As a drainage layer in your pot, use charcoal for barbecues, but it can't be used charcoal. It needs to be new, unused charcoal. Why? Vegetable charcoal is antifungal. It prevents bacteria, fungi, and even diseases that could affect your plant. Besides providing excellent drainage in your pot, it also prevents the holes from getting clogged with soil or planting substrate. So we're going to put the vegetable charcoal in first. Now observe how the vegetable charcoal looks. Next, add into your container or into your pot a light and well-draining substrate, sazi. It is best to use one that is high quality and specifically formulated for desert roses, or even one designed for succulents or cacti. All of these types of substrates are designed for high drainage and will effectively prevent excess water in the plant you are currently rooting. This will ensure that your plant doesn't develop fungus, even if you water it a lot, which won't happen because I'm also going to teach you here how to water it properly. But pay close attention to the substrate. It needs to be like this, a light, very fresh, very porous substrate, so that when you water, the water really drains, okay? Now comes the real secret, alright? We are going to prepare a rooting solution. We're going to need 100 milliliters of clean water, okay? Clean, regular water. You can use tap water, but let it sit for a while so the chlorine evaporates. And if you do everything right but still can't get the branches to root, here's the reason. Specialists, professionals, they use rooting agents. This one here is an organic rooting agent, see? Organic fertilizer, which really helps your branches to root. And believe it or not, this rooting agent here, don't worry, there's a link in the description. At the end of the video, you can come back and access the link to buy this product if it's not available in your area. But it's very cheap. It comes in a little bottle like this, and it goes a long way, okay? You give it a little shake like this, you open it up, and we're going to add about 10 milliliters of this product to 100 milliliters here. 100 milliliters of water, 10 milliliters of this product. We're going to put it in here. Look, normally I even use less. 5 milliliters is already enough because it's a rooting hormone. And it's a natural hormone, guys. One capful like this is about 5 milliliters. So we're going to add a little more here. Look, let's put in about 1.5 capfuls. That'll be roughly between 5 and 10 milliliters of this powerful and organic rooting agent. Just this tip alone is worth a like on this video because not many people will tell you this, okay? Once you've added the rooting agent, now stir this mixture. Make sure it's really well blended. And with this, we can use this little product for several cuttings. I'm just going to show it with one here, but later I'll do it with several cuttings. What I really want is for you to learn. This is the color it should be, and now we're going to do the proper rooting procedure. The rooting agent isn't a miracle worker. It needs to be used along with all these tips we're sharing in the video. So follow this step by step. If you forget anything, watch it again, but stick to these rules and it will work. 100% effective. You'll see. Now you're going to take that little branch of yours that's been resting and healing for 24 or 48 hours, and you're simply going to, look, place it here. See? You're going to put it here so it makes contact with the base of the plant and leave it here for 5 to 10 minutes. For thinner branches, it's 5 minutes. For thicker branches, 10 minutes. Just to be sure, I'm going to leave it here for 10 minutes before planting. And then we're going to plant it the right way to make sure it takes root. So you can let it rest here, just don't leave it in the hot sun, okay? Do this when the weather is cloudy or at the end of the afternoon, early in the morning, and always try to do this when your desert rose is not in bloom. Leave the flowers. If it has flowers, wait for them to fall off. And when it's without flowers, you prune it so it can regrow, and you can also make clones of your desert rose. Alright folks, it's been more than 10 minutes now. About 11 minutes have passed since we let this solution work. This solution you see here, this rooting agent, folks, it contains natural hormones that stimulate root formation in the branch. Besides that, it has micronutrients that provide the plant's initial structure, all the nutrients it needs. That's exactly why professional growers are able to cultivate cuttings from branches with more roots, with far less loss, and robust plants that grow much faster. I can tell you that you'll be surprised by how quickly roots develop on these branches and the way these roots grow. It might sound unbelievable, but now I'm going to teach you how to plant the right way. In the pot with the substrate we prepared, we're going to make a little hole in the middle like this. We're not going to bury it too deep, okay? We're going to place it here about 3 to 5 centimeters deep and gently press this little branch so it can stand upright. See? You can't bury it too deep because when you do, the chances of it rotting increase. If you do it this way, it's guaranteed success. Give it a try and then let me know how it turns out. And now all you have to do is give it its first watering. Whenever you're doing the initial watering, use a spray bottle so the water doesn't come out too strong and destabilize our branch. You can water it generously. This branch has already healed. We let it rest, so there's no risk of it rotting easily. We're going to water it until water comes out of the holes at the bottom, but always with gentle watering like this, see? Here, look, the water has come out the bottom. So you can stop watering it now. Just take this little pot and place it somewhere bright, but without direct sunlight. Leave it there, water it once a week, and in 30 days, you will already start to see the roots. As I'm going to show you now, with these amazing results, we have branches at various stages of rooting. Look at this branch that we rooted a few days ago, and we have this one here, for example, which has been rooting for about 30 days. And just look at the abundance of roots on this branch, which as you can see was rooted from a branch itself. So it's a seedling grown from a branch using this simple and easy method. Another amazing result, which is already starting to sprout new shoots here, is this very branch. Just look at the amount of roots we have on this branch here. It's even bigger, thicker, and supposedly harder to root according to others' opinions. But with this method, we root it very easily as well. And for smaller branches, here's another example. We have this little branch here, which is a small branch. See? It's already been carefully pruned back, and we also have an incredibly abundant root system. Just look at the sheer volume of healthy roots we find on this seedling here. Isn't it simple to do? And you can make a seedling at home, while some people are paying a lot of money for it. You can do it yourself by taking a branch from your neighbor or even by buying a seedling and multiplying it into several, so you can even recover the money you spent on the one you bought or actually profit from the seedlings you're making. The desert rose is a plant that produces abundant flowers, can live for over 100 years if well cared for, and just look at this wonderful amount of blooming. We also have fertilizers to help these plants bloom. In the videos here, you'll find several fertilizers that stimulate this plant's flowering, and when it's well cared for, it looks amazing. Just look at these ones, really beautiful, some with quite exotic shapes. You'll love having this plant at home. It requires very little maintenance. Here, for plants of this size, we water them once a week. Its watering is quite spaced out, it loves sunlight, and produces lots of flowers. See how simple it is to propagate desert rose and have this beautiful plant in your home? With this simple and effective method, you'll never need to buy this plant ever again. And the best part is that this same method works perfectly for countless different types of plants. But it's very important that you leave your honest feedback on today's content right here. Please leave a comment below in the comment section with your personal rating from 0 to 10. How would you rate this content we created for you where we share these helpful gardening tips? Kwahi? My dedicated mission is to bring you free, tested, and proven tips for you to apply at home so you can achieve truly impressive results with your plants just like we do here in our professional nursery. But if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet and want to keep learning about plants, it's very important that you go now to the subscribe button and subscribe to this channel right now. And even more important than that, you need to activate the notification bell so you don't miss any of the upcoming videos we release here on the channel. Make sure to turn on the notification bell now and don't be selfish. Please share this content with other people. Why sit? We put so much hard work into creating this content and we do it all for free for you. So all you need to do is share it with your friends, with the people you care about, with groups of people who like plants, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who need this information and you already have it in your hands. You've already discovered our channel. You just need to share it so they can have access to this information too. And before you leave this video, I'm going to leave a suggestion here for you to binge watch and learn more about plants and how you can take better care of yours. So I'll stop here for now, sending a big kiss to your heart. There are important links down below, including all the products we use in our videos. These products we used in today's video, all of them are in the link in the description. You can just access it if you want to get them all for your home. A big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video. I am out. You won't believe it, but there's a mixture that makes any small ZZ plant grow so fast, it almost seems like magic. And I'm going to show you exactly how you can do this with your plant right there at home. It works for any plant, okay? With this method here, even that plant that seems stuck in time will start putting out new shoots, new leaves, and even the leaves it already has will look like this, shiny and really green. It's a wonder of nature, but best of all, it's natural, cheap, simple to make, and you can use it on any plant. Just look at how many new leaves this fern has produced. You need to pay close attention because if you use it incorrectly, instead of having beautiful, vibrant leaves like these, things can go wrong. You might even burn the leaves. So stay with me until the end to learn the step-by-step process. I know exactly how frustrating it is to have a ZZ plant that stays the same for months. We take care of it, love it, fertilize it, and change the soil, but nothing works. It's really sad. That's why I have to share what has worked for us here, and we're using it on all the plants in our nursery for accelerated growth. This method we're using here in the nursery, we've noticed that plants are growing at least 5 times faster. And the best part is it's natural, organic, inexpensive, and you can use it on any plant because it's all natural. The first step is to choose a pot. It doesn't matter what size pot you're going to use. What's important is that it has plenty of holes and good drainage. The more holes, the better, okay? Zamioculcas hate waterlogged soil, so drainage is essential for the healthy development of the plant. Now for the most important details. This seedling grown from a leaf already has plenty of roots and we're going to plant it the right way so you can learn. And now, in our pot, which is full of drainage holes, we're going to add the drainage layer. To do this, we're going to use charcoal here. With the charcoal in smaller pieces, we're going to make a thin drainage layer, but it's very important that this charcoal is unused. It can't have been used in a barbecue yet. It needs to be new, with no grease or salt on it, okay? That's really important. Besides that, charcoal is a great option for the drainage layer because in addition to drainage, it also prevents fungi, bacteria, diseases, and keeps the soil nice and loose. And of course, it also prevents the soil from clogging the holes in the pot. And here is the perfect substrate for planting. Do you just put it on top? No, we're going to prepare this substrate so that our plant can actually grow. So come with me now and I'll show you how to prepare this substrate, the planting soil, so you can get real growth results with your plants. For this step, we have here approximately 500 milliliters to 1 liter of substrate. And for that, we're going to add a small spoonful of this ingredient here, which is crushed eggshell, dry and ready to release nutrients into the plant. Eggshells are extremely rich in calcium. They strengthen the roots, the structure of the plant, and help the plant produce new shoots with much stronger leaves and sturdier stems. Now we're also going to add a great source of nitrogen for our plants. Here we're going to add 2 small spoonfuls for this amount of planting soil of substrate. And besides nitrogen, this fertilizer here provides organic matter with micro and macronutrients for quick release to our plant. This right here is nothing more than chicken manure or poultry manure, well composted. You can add small amounts, and this will provide all the essential nutrition your plant needs for development, including nitrogen, which is one of the key ingredients for your plant to grow abundantly. For the healthy growth of any plant. We're going to start mixing this now. There is one additional ingredient we use, which is one of the primary ingredients to really achieve the desired result we want. But we're going to start mixing because this other ingredient will add it after the soil is already in the pot, after the plant has already been planted. Then we'll add the third ingredient, which is of the highest quality and will truly deliver results in terms of growth, new shoots, new leaves that are green and shiny for our zesty plant or whatever plant we want to grow, okay? Now we're going to make a thin layer with this already fertilized substrate on top of the charcoal we prepared on top of the drainage layer. It's just a thin layer of this substrate because now we're going to place our little seedling. We're going to remove it very carefully. I'm going to press here on the sides. This seedling is a very young one, still grown from leaves. Look at the amount of roots we have on this seedling, which was also grown in a very good substrate. We're going to carefully place it right in the center of this pot, and now, yes, we'll start filling it up with this substrate and the special fertilizer we've already prepared. But there's still one more secret ingredient. Pay very close attention so you can do it the right way. Just look at that. Isn't it wonderful? Let's bury all these roots. You can see that the substrate is very light. It's a substrate with plenty of organic matter, and it contains those micronutrients that are released for our plant, providing nutrients. Notice how it looks after being planted in the substrate. Just this alone is already a great way to plant, but it won't stimulate that fast growth. To stimulate fast growth before loosening this soil, I'm going to make a little hole right here on the side in the corner of the pot. Take a look at how this little hole turned out, and here we're going to add this fertilizer, which is exceptionally beneficial for your greenery. This is the Jimmy Tablet Fertilizer. It's a highly intelligent, specialized, slow-release formula, perfectly designed for effectively stimulating plant growth and for consistently releasing the most important nutrients for your plant. The coolest thing about this little fertilizer is that you only need to use it once every 4 or 5 months. The official recommendation can actually be up to 6 full months between applications, meaning that by simply placing one of these handy little tablets in your plant, you'll actually bury it right here in the soil, see? Let me show you how to do this. You'll bury it right here in the pot. Then you can cover it with some soil, and this will slowly release essential nutrients for healthy growth, flowering, and strong rooting in your plant for up to 6 months. Every time you water, a little bit of this tablet fertilizer will be released directly to your plant's roots, right at the plant's mouth, so to speak. Isn't that right? So besides being a slow-release fertilizer, it will provide you with nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, sulfur, and you'll only need to repeat this fertilization every 3 to 6 months on your plant, which is great for those of you who tend to forget to fertilize your plants every month. And now we can go ahead and fill in the substrate here, see, with our Gem tablet already buried, along with the organic nutrients we've added here. Now we have our plant nicely planted, well nourished, with nutrients being released slowly, guaranteed for up to 6 months. And as you probably already know, whenever you do any planting, make sure to water your plant thoroughly. The first watering should be really generous. And with the fertilization we've done, the release of nutrients to the roots starts right from the first watering. You should water until water starts coming out of the hole down here. See, it's already dripping. That's exactly what we need. Here in the nursery, we do this same process, and the result is this. New shoots on the plants, leaves that are very green and vibrant, free from pests, because with fertilization and proper nutrition, your plant has the ability to fight off pests on its own. It's as if it had a strong immune system. And when disease comes, it has the ability not to suffer from any illness. So it always stays healthy. These are plants bursting with growth, with vibrant, green, and very healthy leaves. Isn't that a wonder of nature? A plant we love, very easy to care for, but if it's not grown the right way, it stagnates and stops producing new shoots like this. But now we've reached a very important moment in this video, which is when you come here to the comment section and leave your feedback. I want your opinion. Comment a number from 0 to 10 to let me know what score you give today's video, whether it helped you, if it didn't help, or even if you think it might help other people. And if you still haven't subscribed to the Plantas channel, now is the time to click and subscribe, and most importantly, activate the notification bell right down here, because that's the only way you'll know whenever we bring a new video with information like this here on the channel. And don't be selfish, this information helps you and it helps other people too. So click on share and share it in your family groups, your friends groups, and on your social networks so more people can have access to this information and take better care of their plants. I know everyone wants to know, so I'll leave the link down below with all the products we use in our nursery, the ones we used in this video. Just check the description of this video where you'll find the link to the website so you can access and purchase it in case you can't find them in your city or if the price there is too high. And don't stop learning. Right here on the side, I'll leave a suggested video for you to keep learning how to better care for your plants. I'll wrap it up here and I hope you enjoyed this video. See you in this video right here. A big kiss to your heart. Bye bye, I'm out. Would you believe me if I told you that you can root any branch using just a plastic bag like this one? It might sound crazy, but this technique creates an improvised greenhouse that's so effective that any branch, even the most difficult ones, will root quickly. Today I'm going to teach you the step-by-step of this homemade technique, which is helping collectors all over Brazil, and you'll never lose a branch when rooting again. I'll show you this amazing result before I teach you the step-by-step process. What I'm about to show you, I did about 60 days ago, and now we're going to see this incredible result together. Who hasn't tried to root a plant and ended up losing the branch? I've lost rare cuttings myself because I didn't know how to control the humidity. The problem is always the same. The cutting dries out too quickly or rots due to lack of oxygen. It's frustrating to invest time and see everything die, but when you create a controlled microclimate like the one we're about to show you, your chances of success increase dramatically. And just look at this amazing result. In fact, we even have a plant here that's flowering while rooting. You can start to see the roots here. Look, see? It's really good for rooting. I'll show you what happens in about 60 days with this little greenhouse here. Look at all these new roots. It's a good thing the roots are still small, otherwise someone might even say it didn't root here, that this plant was already planted and rooted. But look, these are very young roots, a vigorous plant, well moistened, and we even have this Ixora flowering here, even inside the greenhouse. But now I'm going to show you how you can do this with any branch you have at home if you want to propagate your plant. First, cut a healthy branch from the plant you want to root. Always choose a healthy branch with no signs of pests. The plant also needs to be healthy, and your success rate will be much higher if you choose a branch that is already starting to become woody. Not one that's too young, nor one that's too old. With this, rooting will be perfect and you'll hardly ever lose your cutting. Now, in a pot with drainage holes, you're going to add a planting substrate. The substrate needs to be a quality one, okay folks? It improves rooting. If you use soil that clumps up, rooting tends to be slower and you might even lose some branches. Before planting my branch, we're going to remove the excess leaves so it doesn't waste energy during rooting. I cut the branch a little longer because here we're going to try 2 cuttings. I'll always leave a few leaves at the tip of the branch. Cut off the excess leaves here so it knows there's still life, still vegetation in it. Here we have our first branch. I'm also going to clean up this little cutting here, see, and cut off some of the leaves so there isn't too much energy, too many nutrients going to the leaves. I want all the energy from this plant to go into rooting the branches. Now I can simply bury it. The length of the branch, folks, is about 10 centimeters. You don't need more than that. I'm going to put it into the soil here about 2 to 3 centimeters deep. You don't need to bury it too much either, just enough for the branch to stay nice and firm. So this is how our branches will look in the pot where we're going to plant them. And now we're going to work on the greenhouse effect. Before making our greenhouse, I need to make sure there's moisture in this soil. We're going to water this plant, our substrate, really well until the water drains out through the holes at the bottom. This first watering needs to ensure hydration for the entire substrate. See? It's already starting to drain down there, so we're making sure there's moisture throughout the soil. For those who are wondering, the branch we're planting is from a fruit tree, the purple guava, which we're going to root in our lesson because here we already know this works very well and science has also proven it. Here we have our substrate nice and moist. Now we're going to put the bag on to create a greenhouse effect. It's very important, and you really shouldn't overlook this, that the bag absolutely can't have any air leaks. It should only have the single opening at the top and no other holes at all. It needs to be completely sealed, otherwise this won't work and you won't be able to successfully root the branch. So now we're going to put our container with the branch already planted inside this bag. Why can't you leave the branch too long then? Because otherwise you'll need a really big bag to cover it and seal it at the top. Take a look at how this works. We're going to pull this bag over here, make sure our pot is right in the center, and we're not going to close the bag just yet. What we're going to do before closing it is this. So this is how our greenhouse looks. The plant is already inside and the bag is in place. Before closing this bag, I'm going to come in with a spray bottle and increase the humidity inside the bag. The wind is making things a bit difficult here, but it'll work out. Look, we're going to spray the sides of the bag, increasing the humidity inside. Don't overdo it, it's just to create some humidity. And now I'm going to completely close my bag. I'm going to seal up all the ends here, and I'll wrap it around a little to make sure the air inside the bag doesn't escape, because that's where our humidity is. I'm using a string to tie up this bag right here so the air can't leak out. I'm going to tie a really tight knot so it doesn't come loose. It needs to be pulled really tight like this, really strong. I tied one knot, now I'll tie another to make sure nothing escapes, because if the air gets out, our greenhouse won't work. All done, now we have our greenhouse ready. I'll show you how to take care of this greenhouse. You don't need to water it again, no more watering here. You've watered it once, and now the greenhouse effect begins. But pay attention, don't just put it in the sun and forget about it. You need to place it in a spot with plenty of indirect light. Never put it under strong sunlight because it could cook the branch. And another very important point is never soak the substrate too much before putting it in the greenhouse. Always let the excess water drain off because the humidity will be maintained naturally. If you see fungus appearing in the bag, remove it and repeat the process. Usually fungus can appear if the place where your mini greenhouse is kept is too dark. In just a few weeks, you may notice roots coming out at the base and even new shoots on your plants. The result is impressive because even branches that are hard to root will take with this technique. This is one of those tips that may seem simple, but it makes all the difference for people who want to grow plants and keep losing branches all the time. Ideally, after 60 to 90 days, you should remove the bag and start taking care of your plant, beginning the hardening off process, which means gradually increasing the amount of light your plant receives and continuing to water it as usual, just like any cutting you're trying to root, because in this case, it will already have healthy roots. My mission is to bring you tested and validated information so you can apply it at home and get results with your plants. And your mission is to evaluate our work and help us keep this project going. So leave your rating for today's content in the comments from 0 to 10. If you liked it, give it a 10. If you didn't like it that much, you can rate it all the way down to 0. It doesn't matter what the rating is, what's important is that you give us your feedback. And of course, if you want more content like this, just subscribe to our channel and especially turn on the notification bell, because that's the only way you'll keep receiving our content whenever there's something new every day right here on our channel. Share this video with your friends who love plants. It could be a lifesaver for them to keep propagating plants at home. And if you support our work of bringing free content to everyone here on our channel, just go to the description and become a member of the Plantas channel. The link is right below. It's very simple and easy. Just click. I'll leave a suggested video here on the side so you can binge watch our channel and learn more tips like this one. So we'll see you in the next video. Big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video and bye. I'm out. Did you know that you can turn any pot you have at home into a productive garden that yields all year round? And all of this is possible without having to constantly change the soil, without spending money on fertilizers every month, and best of all, without making any mess. Check out this amazing technique that experts are using to make potted gardens super productive. And a simple little cup like this could be the secret that will revolutionize the way you grow a garden at home, letting you produce your own food organically and very easily. Anyone who grows plants knows how sad and frustrating it is to see the leaves turning yellow, the soil drying out too quickly, the fertilizer disappearing, and the plant stopping its growth as it should. Either you've been through this yourself or you know someone who's going through it right now. But what most people don't realize is that these plants don't die from a lack of love or care. They actually die from a lack of continuous nutrition and proper oxygenation within the plant's soil. And that's why I started using this method, which an agronomist taught me, using just a cup. These plastic cups that you find everywhere. A simple, practical, easy to do method, but powerful. That really works, and now you'll understand why this method works so well. We're going to need a pot, and you'll notice that this method is quite simple and everyone should know about it. It's that easy. I'm going to put a small piece of toilet paper here just to cover these little holes. Not too much toilet paper. It's just 1 or 2 sheets just to prevent the soil we're going to use from falling through the holes, but so that water can still pass through the paper. Now we're going to need one of these cups, about 300 or 250 milliliters, and we're going to make some small round holes. They don't need to be big holes in this cup, okay? You'll make the holes using a hot iron. If you don't have a hot iron, that's fine. You can use a nail. Just heat the nail in the fire and then poke holes like this, see? Poke plenty of holes on the sides. Wesley, only on the sides? No, you'll make holes on the bottom too. We're poking holes all over this cup. I'm going to speed up this video so it doesn't get too long, and you'll see that this cup will end up full of little holes and the video will stay nice and dynamic. I actually find it a bit strange how most people don't know about this. A technique that's so special, already proven, that brings good results for all kinds of plants, and yet so few people know about it. Now take a good look at how this disposable cup turned out, full of holes. This right here is the main secret. Just make sure it's full of holes like this. The holes don't have to be perfect, okay? What's important, you'll see from now on, I'm going to show you how to set up this whole little system. Whenever you're going to plant, use good soil for planting. Avoid using that backyard soil. You don't know if there are animal droppings in it. You don't know what's in that soil. Notice that I only put a little bit of soil in. We haven't filled the pot yet because now we're going to make a little bed here for our plastic cup, full of holes. I already have the seedlings we're going to plant here, which are rosemary. Look at the seedlings here. See, they're all right here already, but I'm not going to plant them just yet. I'm going to teach you the right moment to plant them. Here, look, these are the seedlings we're going to plant. We're going to plant rosemary in this example, but you can plant anything you like, okay? Now I'm going to finish filling in here. Look, with soil around the cup, just around it. No soil goes inside the cup. Notice that we're putting this good planting soil here, but only on the sides of the cup. Now you'll understand why we're doing this. The soil has already been placed around the pot. I'm just going to add this soil here so that it stays at the level indicated on the pot. Look, there's a little line all around the pot that shows the level where you should put the soil. And also notice that the perforated cup will stay above the soil level. You shouldn't bury the container completely. It should remain slightly above the planting soil level that we've just added here. See? To secure this little cup, I gently press down the soil here before planting our rosemary cuttings. With these step-by-step instructions, it will be absolutely impossible for you to go wrong at home. Look at how the soil is at the recommended level in the pot, see? And here, the cup is full of holes, acting as a mini portable composter, working directly in our pot. It sits just a bit above the soil level, roughly at the rim of the pot. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. And now, we're going to feed this mini composter in an amazing way, and it will release fertilizer at all times for the plants we're going to plant here. Which plant are we going to plant? These rosemary cuttings. Come with me and I'll show you the next step in a way that you'll never make a mistake at home. There wasn't even a little bit of soil in our cup yet, but now I'm gonna put just a little bit at the bottom of the cup. It's really just a little bit, okay? And from now on, this is no longer called a cup, it's called a mini composter. Now, my dear friend, whenever you have leftover vegetable or fruit peels, you can simply put them right in here and you will have a perfectly functional composter right inside your garden pot. Whenever you are watering your plants, you should always water inside this little cup here first. This is because when you water inside this cup, it will slowly start releasing all the beneficial nutrients from everything you put inside the cup. You can put banana peels in, and you can also add this, which I absolutely love to use on my plants, some crushed eggshells. But here is a very important detail. Whenever you put any organic material in here, you should come and cover it up with a little bit of fresh soil. Look, did you make sure to cover it properly? There you go. No flies, no smell, and the composting happens in an organized way. But before we plant, here's another $1 million tip. I don't know anyone who speaks badly about this fertilizer. All the experts love this fertilizer here. Look, bokashi. It's a complete and organic fertilizer, and I'll already recommend it for you to use like this. For pots this size, half a spoonful of this fertilizer is enough. Once you've added the bokashi, you can also put eggshells in here. Even though it already contains calcium, anything organic you add will be beneficial for your plants. The composter cup will prevent the roots from coming into contact with the fertilizer, but every time you water, this fertilizer will be released to the roots through the soil in a very safe way. Whenever you use any fertilizer, remember to cover it here. Look, cover this fertilizer with planting soil. I'm going to fertilize before planting the cuttings because now with my fertilization done and the soil already prepared to receive these cuttings, I'm simply going to come here and plant my cuttings. Whatever kind of seeds you want to plant, it doesn't matter at all. I'm planting rosemary, but it also works really well with green onions. It works with kale. It works with this here, which is wonderful, that I just showed you that we've already done, and it worked really well here, which is oregano. I really like oregano. You can even mix them. I can, for example, take a little cutting of oregano and plant it together with the rosemary. Oregano loves this type of cultivation with the composter next to the pot, so I can simply alternate oregano with rosemary. Do you think this little pot we have here is going to turn into a real treasure? That's fertilizer for more than a meter. And don't worry, I know you all get excited wanting the fertilizers we use here, so I'll leave the link to the store that sells this fertilizer down below in the description of this video. The store is wplantas.com.br. We have this fertilizer available on that site, so if you don't have access to it in your city, or if it's too expensive there, you can buy it cheaply on the website, and for several regions, shipping is free. Plant lover, from now on, whenever you water, make sure to water right in the middle. With each watering you do, you can start right here, because every time you water your plant, it will release fertilizer to the roots of your plant, to the seedlings you just planted, to your potted vegetable garden, to your fruit tree. It doesn't matter what kind of plant it is. But always remember that you have a composter here working automatically right in the pot of the plant you have at home. Whenever you have leftover vegetable peels, fresh fruit peels, crushed eggshells, mush, or any other kind of organic matter suitable for composting, you can put it all right in here. Over time, the composter will decrease in volume and you will keep replenishing these nutrients directly into the composter, and all the plants in the pot will benefit from this. Isn't it beautiful to see? I even use this little system with fruit trees that I have in pots. Take a look at how it works. It keeps the soil moist for longer, releases nutrients slowly, keeping our plant always hydrated and nourished with the main nutrients it needs. You can do this with any plant. You'll get greener leaves, plants that bear more fruit, and even more flowers on your plants. By applying this planting technique, your flowers will be much more abundant and your plants will be free from diseases and pests because they have the nutrients and health to fight off pests on their own. But what I like most about this method is that you practically eliminate any risk of over-fertilizing. First, because composting slowly releases all the nutrients your plant needs. Second, you will be doing organic fertilization for your plants without the risk of excess because the roots will absorb it little by little, and that way you'll have a plant full of life and health, always harvesting at home. My mission, as you already know, is to bring you tested, free and proven tips for you to apply to your plants and actually get results. Now, your mission is to help me with my mission. So leave your feedback for this video down below in the comments. You're going to rate from 0 to 10, giving the score you think today's content deserves. Leave your score from 0 to 10 here in the comments. And so you don't miss any of the next lessons we're going to give here on the channel. You really need to be subscribed and turn on the notification bell, because that's the only way you'll be notified every single time we bring new content here. Sick. So go ahead and turn on the notification bell now and share this helpful content with someone who needs it and loves plants. For sure, this content will save many plants, maybe even the gardens of people who are struggling with pests all over Brazil. All the items we use in our videos, including today's video, will be available through the link in the description at the store wplantas.com.br with shipping all over Brazil. Simply access it if you want to try it out and see for yourself the impressive results you see here in our videos. I strongly recommend that you watch this video that's appearing on your screen right now. It's a video I suggest you watch so you can binge and learn more about growing plants. A big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video, and I'll see you there. Bye-bye, I'm out. What if I told you that there's an ingredient you already have at home in your kitchen that gets rid of all the pests on your plants? Would you believe it? And the best part is, it all happens in seconds. But that's not all, okay? Because I'm also going to teach you how, besides getting rid of pests, you can strengthen your plant, making it stronger, more vibrant, more beautiful, and even more productive, whether it produces fruit or flowers. You will find out exactly what happens when you apply garlic to your plants. The incredible results that happen are amazing, and you're going to learn about them in this video. And at the end, I'm still going to teach you how to boost all of this with a natural fertilizer that you probably already have at home or can easily find. But I should warn you, using it the wrong way can destroy your plant and your soil. The difference between a remedy and a poison is exactly the dosage. That's why I'm going to teach you the right dosage, because even though it's natural, you need to use the correct amount to get the best results so it works and doesn't burn your plants. Anyone who grows plants knows that sometimes pests just show up out of nowhere. Your plant looks beautiful and healthy, and then suddenly you see something sucking its sap, weakening your plant. One day our plants are perfect, and the next ants, mealybugs, aphids, and even caterpillars show up and ruin our plants. Isn't that exactly how it happens? And the worst part is that they multiply so quickly that sometimes they take over and we don't even notice. By the time you realize it, they've already spread all over the plant. Most people resort to chemical pesticides, but I stopped using those years ago. Now I use natural preparations. This is one of them. It's organic, extremely cheap, and highly effective against all kinds of garden pests. This little powder here is garlic powder. You can use garlic powder like I do, or you can use actual garlic, crushed garlic cloves. They work very well too. I like to use garlic powder because it's easier, more practical, and works very well. That's because garlic contains a substance called allicin, which destroys insects, repels pests, fights fungi, and reduces bacteria. And the best part is, it does all this without harming the plant. But there are many reports from people who try this and don't get results. And I'll tell you why. It's because this only works if you prepare it the right way. If you do it the way I'm going to teach you here, the result is better than many chemical substances you find out there. What I'm going to show you right here is exactly what we use every day here in our plant nursery. It is already scientifically proven to be effective, and I'm going to show you the exact measurements you need. It even works on the most difficult pests to eliminate, such as scale insects and other garden pests that are just as tough to get rid of. See this rosebush here? Its leaves are yellowish because it's quite weak. It was infested with scale insects, but now try to find any scale insects. You can't find any, right? Why is that? That's because we used our natural insecticide here, and there are no more scale insects to be found, and it's already putting out new leaves and sprouting beautifully. The same thing happened with our basil. Who here has never had scale insects on their basil and freaked out when they saw it? With this one here, we only applied it once, and honestly, it already cleaned up this basil. But it doesn't stop there. We're going to apply it again to create a protective layer so the pests don't come back, strengthening our plant. Now we're going to teach you the step-by-step, but before that, I need you to know that almost everyone applies this incorrectly. And that's why so many people say, oh, I used garlic water and it didn't work. Or worse, I used it and it burned my plant. This is where you'll avoid mistakes and actually get real results when applying it. I have my solution already prepared here. I made this solution yesterday and I left it here so you can see what it looks like after a day, that is 24 hours. And here we're going to prepare the solution together so you can learn. Here we have approximately 500 milliliters of clean chlorine-free water. Weny, how do I remove the chlorine from my water? You just need to let it sit for 24 hours after it comes out of the tap. And then you're going to add here, look, in 500 milliliters of water, a level scoop of this small spoon, the smallest spoon you have, you're going to put 1 small spoonful into the water. You already know that you can use powdered garlic here or even a fresh garlic clove. If you're using garlic cloves, you'll add 2 crushed cloves. It can even be with the skin on, and you'll put them into this solution. Since it's powdered garlic, I'm going to mix it really well. And now there's a secret that I use here and very few people use or even know about, which is that in our solution, we're going to add a fixative for this insecticide on the plants. What do you mean by a fixative? This here, folks, is neutral detergent. Look, we need just a tiny bit. I'm going to add, look, half a teaspoon to 500 milliliters of water, and now I'm going to mix it in very slowly here to homogenize the whole solution. And this is where most people make the biggest mistake. Once the solution is ready, they want to apply it directly to the plant. But here, folks, the garlic still hasn't released the allicin into the water, into our solution. At this point, it's still just water with garlic and detergent. But if we let this mixture sit undisturbed for 24 hours, resting in the shade, it becomes a highly potent natural insecticide. All the substances are thoroughly homogenized in the water. And then it's ready to be applied to the plants to deliver exceptionally effective results. And that's why I've already prepared a 1 liter solution here. Here I have 1 liter of this solution ready to use. We're just going to do one last thing. After it's rested for a bit, we'll strain this solution to remove the solid residues that are in it to prevent clogging up the sprayer. It's a shame to know that a lot of people have already left the video at this stage, and here is one of the most important steps, which is straining this solution. Guys, I need to emphasize to you, never make the solution and apply it on the same day. To get results, you need to let the solution rest. And then after 24 hours, all you have to do is come here and pour it through a filter into your sprayer. We are going to apply it the right way to actually get results and avoid the risk of burning your plant. Because from this point on is where you will set yourself apart from most people who make silly mistakes, who don't follow the rules and apply it in any haphazard way, ending up with losses. But if you do this naturally, you will fight off all the pests on your plant. And at the end, I'm still gonna give you a bonus tip to help strengthen those plants of yours that were attacked by pests and are clearly weaker than the ones that weren't attacked. All done. Now I can go ahead and remove our old cloth here. I use an old cloth here just to strain it, nothing fancy needed. If you already have one, just cut a piece of old fabric and strain it just so your sprayer doesn't get clogged. Then just put the lid on, no secret to it. And now I'm going to teach you one of the most important parts, which is how to apply it correctly to your plant. The right application determines 100% of the result. And to apply it, you should always choose either the end of the day or the beginning, avoiding direct sunlight on your plant. And now you're going to spray it on the leaves and also underneath the leaves on the stem. Make sure to apply it thoroughly to your plant. You can use it on any type of plant you have, whether it's a vegetable garden, succulent, cactus, fruit tree, ornamental plant, or even your chives. It really doesn't matter. There's absolutely no risk at all to your plant and pests simply hate it. And you can also use this either as a preventive measure or as a treatment. It doesn't matter which one. If you're applying it as a preventive measure, use it once every 15 days. But if pests are already present on your plant, you'll use it as a treatment. In that specific case, apply it once every 5 days. Now that you've gotten rid of the pests, you're going to do a little secret here that most people don't do, and that's why the plant takes longer to recover. This black powder is a very powerful organic fertilizer that activates the soil's biology, thereby improving all aspects of nutrients and micronutrients in your plant's soil, optimizing its recovery from pests. Just one spoonful of this, which is bokashi, this organic fertilizer that we use a lot, you're going to put it around your plant. Once you've put it here, now all you have to do is mix it well into the plant's soil so these various nutrients start being released, strengthening our healthy plant which was previously weakened by the pests and insects that attacked it. And bokashi not only restores the plant's strength, but it also replenishes essential nutrients, improves the soil, makes the plant more resistant so it won't get pests again, and accelerates the growth and flowering of the plant that was previously being attacked by pests. After applying it, all you need to do is give it a light watering. You don't need to soak it at this point, it's just so the fertilizer can start penetrating the soil and releasing nutrients to the roots. And this fertilization using bokashi should be repeated every 30 days, just one small spoonful for a pot of this size. If it's a larger pot, you simply double the amount using 2 spoonfuls of bokashi. And this combination of garlic, which is allicin, together with the fertilizer, bokashi is usually what we use most here in the nursery, is what makes all our plants strong and helps them produce flowers, fruits, growth, new leaves, all of it with exceptional health. That's what I also recommend you use at home. If you can't find these products in your area, you can use the link in the description. I always leave all the products we use here in the nursery there. So you can check out the link in the description as soon as this video ends and find all the products we use here at a fair price and with the possibility of free shipping throughout Brazil. And if you want to keep receiving these free, thoroughly tested and proven tips all completely for free so you can easily apply them at home and get the same results we have here in our nursery, of course just leave your like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the next tips. More important than even that, please activate the notification bell because that's the only way to make absolutely sure you'll be notified when we post a brand new video. My mission here is to test and prove the results of the products we use so I can teach you exactly how to apply them at home and share all of this knowledge with you for free. So if you like this kind of content, you need to rate us here from 0 to 10. What score would you give today's video? Did you learn something? Was it helpful? And another thing you need to do, which is very important, I'm sure you're not selfish, so share this video because I'm sure there are more people who need this, who don't know about it, or who are doing it wrong. Just share it on your social networks, in your friends groups, in your family groups, because this will help a lot of people. Everything we use here in our nursery you can find through the link in the description. Just check it out if you can't find it in your city. And more important than that, look, here's a video for you to learn more about plants. So I'm leaving it here on the side so you can dive deeper into the topic of plants and check out another tip that people are loving and rating very highly here on the channel. I'll stop here, sending a big kiss to your heart, and see you in the next video. Bye-bye, I'm off. Maybe I'll regret this because the flower shops are going to be upset with me after this video, because I'm going to show you the homemade recipe that will make your ZZ plant burst with new strong and shiny leaves. And I'll also give you tips that nobody talks about but that make all the difference when growing your ZZ plant. A lot of people tell me, Weny, my ZZ plant doesn't grow, it turns yellow, it doesn't sprout new shoots. And this happens because even though it's considered a hardy plant, it has its own specific needs. If you get the watering, the light, or even the pot wrong, this just won't happen. Growth ends up stalling, and that's where the recipe and the care tips I'm going to share with you today come in. This can be for any ZZ plant, both the black and the green varieties. Before the recipe, let me tell you the 5 care tips that are the secret to this plant. First, it's the right light. It doesn't like strong sun all day long. Prefer partial shade, a spot with bright indirect light. Watering, never let it get waterlogged. Only water when the soil feels dry to the touch. Too much water is the #1 mistake that kills these plants all over Brazil. And a lot of people don't know this, but it's actually a succulent. Whenever you plant a ZZ plant, choose pots with good drainage with plenty of holes like this at the bottom. The ZZ plant's root is a rhizome, so it needs space and a very light soil mix, otherwise it will rot. There's a secret cleaning trick, which is to dampen a cloth and wipe the leaves of your ZZ plant. The green will become more intense and natural, and it will also give the leaves a special shine. If you notice dry brown leaves like these on your ZZ plant, you can carefully cut them off. This simple process will renew the plant's energy and encourage healthy new side shoots on your beautiful plant. It's a smart pruning technique for the development of the ZZ plant. I've already tried several techniques and fertilizers, but I realized that it's not enough to just fertilize. You need to combine care with nutrition. And that's how I came up with this recipe, which brings together strength, growth, and natural shine, but if you use it incorrectly, it can harm the plant. Come with me and I'll show you step by step and the ingredients for preparing a supercharged fertilizer so your ZZ plant will burst with new, shiny, and healthy leaves. Just look at how powerful this combination is. Here we have natural bone meal, which is very rich in phosphorus and calcium. It strengthens the roots and gives energy for vibrant new leaves. We also have well-composted manure here. It releases nitrogen slowly and evenly, making the plant sprout with a lot of vigor. We also have water here, 1 liter of water, which will serve as a vehicle to distribute all these nutrients throughout the substrate, thus reaching the roots of our plant. But hold on, don't just mix it any way you want, because the right measurement makes all the difference. Remember, the difference between poison and medicine is the dose. Now I'm going to teach you the right dose so you can use it safely for the benefit and not the harm of your plant. Let's get to preparing our recipe step by step so you don't make any mistakes at home. Come with me. First, we're going to add 1 spoonful of bone meal to 1 liter of water. And this water, folks, preferably without chlorine, okay? You just need to take water from your tap, right there. Let it sit for 24 hours and the chlorine will evaporate. After we've added a spoonful of bone meal here, now we're going to add well-composted manure. It needs to be composted, okay, folks? Like this, look, in small pieces. Now we're going to add 1-2 spoonfuls of well-composted manure, preferably cow manure. And now we're going to mix all these ingredients in 1 liter of water so it becomes a nice homogeneous mixture and releases these nutrients directly to the roots of our plant. Now I'm going to show you how to apply it because it's no use having gold in your hands if you don't know how to use it. So come with me and I'll show you now how to apply it to your ZZ plant to get movie-worthy results. Now you wait until late afternoon. Your plant needs to be in a shaded environment. You're going to come here with our solution directly onto the substrate. You're going to water this substrate, but you don't need to soak it, okay? You'll water it with this solution. Remember, the plant can't be in the sun. And you'll apply this fertilizer of ours every 30 days. These are simple, inexpensive ingredients that you can easily find anywhere in Brazil, and this will simply boost your plant. Look at that, what a wonderful sprouting. A young plant that's still developing but with really shiny leaves. It almost looked artificial. And that's exactly the kind of result I want you to have at home. But Weny, can I use this fertilizer on other plants? Look, you have to be very careful because when you use this fertilizer on your plants, the results are so great, so beautiful that it'll be hard for you to keep it for yourself. Everyone will start asking for cuttings or even for your main plant. This is a simple, easy fertilizer that you can make right at home. My mission is to bring you as much valuable information as possible in a very short time. I hope I've managed to do that. And most importantly, now I'd like you to evaluate the work we're doing. About this video, from 0 to 10, what score do you think this content deserves? Feel free to leave a comment and give a score from 0 to 10 so we can know if we're on the right track or if we need to improve our content to help you grow your plants even more. Leave your like, your thumbs up down below, and more importantly, share this information with people you care about, people you wish well, that person who has plants but struggles a bit or maybe doesn't even fertilize their plants. I am sure that person will thank you for these simple, easy, and very cheap tips that you can do right in the comfort of your own home. Subscribe to the channel because I'm preparing some amazing tips for the next videos. Make sure to turn on the notification bell because it's the only way you won't miss any of the upcoming videos. And if you want to support our channel, I'll leave a link here in the description. We truly need your continued support so we can keep bringing you this great free content. I'll wrap it up here and leave a suggested video for you to binge watch our channel. A kiss to your heart. I win. This might sound incredibly simple, but there's an ingredient that almost everyone already has right in their own home. And when used the right way, it makes fruit plants produce fruit at a much faster rate. And when I say fast, I mean really fast. Just look at the little fruits already forming on my purple guava tree. And just so you can see, look, it's still in the plastic bag. It hasn't even been planted in the ground or in a pot. It's still in the bag. So this trick works for any plant you have, whether it's in a pot or in the ground. And it doesn't just work on guava, it works on any fruit-bearing plant. Look at this jabuticaba tree. It's still a young jabuticaba plant, and it's already starting to form fruits again. It's not the first time it's produced these fruits, it's already fruited before, just like this guava tree here, which is also in a very tiny container, really tiny, but it's already producing. And with just adding one single spoonful of this here, which you likely already have right there at home, you can effectively double the fruit production of your mature fruit tree. Or even cut in half the time it takes for any fruit tree you have at home to start producing fruit. Come with me because today I'm going to show you how I get my fruit trees to produce a lot. And this information is free. I'm here with my lychee seedling and I'm going to do exactly what I always do. In fact, I've already done an air layering here. Look, it's full of roots. Soon we'll remove this branch, a productive plant, and I'm going to show you exactly how I fertilize to get early fruits in my pot. A lot of people think their fruit plant doesn't produce because it's weak, because it's in a pot, or even because it's not the right season. But most of the time, the problem isn't the plant. The real problem is the wrong nutrition at the wrong time. That's why, so often, the plant grows, gets big, with very beautiful leaves, but doesn't flower and much less bear fruit. It takes a long time for this to happen, and when it does, it happens in a very weak way. But what I'm going to show you here today with this right here is simple, tested, and respects the plant's natural cycle. No forcing artificial growth here. Here we stimulate the plant to produce because it understands that it's strong, nourished, and ready for production. So the ingredient we're going to use here is this little powder that you already have at home called ground cinnamon. But hold on, don't get too excited thinking this ingredient works miracles. Guys, stay until the end because you'll understand that it's not a miracle. It's science applied the right way to the plant. Cinnamon isn't just a spice for making your desserts or for use in the kitchen. Cinnamon has antifungal and antibacterial properties and it helps protect the plant's roots. When the soil is healthy, the plant spends less energy defending itself and more energy producing flowers and fruit. Besides that, it improves the entire soil environment, thus preventing root rot and blockages in the absorption of nutrients present in the soil. Now pay close attention to this part, folks, because this is where most people make mistakes. It's not just about coming here, grabbing some cinnamon and throwing it on the soil any old way. No, for medium-sized containers like these, about 20 liters, which is the ideal size for growing fruit trees in pots. So what you're going to do is this. You're going to take half of one of those tiny spoons. This one here is probably a coffee spoon. Put a little bit in water and mix the whole solution together. The cinnamon will gradually dissolve in the water. You're going to stir and stir until all those little clumps disappear, and then we'll know our mixture is nice and homogeneous. After it's dissolved in the water, you're going to gently apply it around the base of your plant like this. You're not going to put it directly on the trunk, no. You'll pour it onto the soil of your plant because that's how the roots will absorb it. For plants in the ground, you can double this amount of cinnamon and water. But now I'm going to reveal a secret to you, something I use here in my nursery that really makes a big difference. Just this alone already brings tremendous results in fruit production, but now I'm going to teach you how to release even more nutrients into your plant's soil, since now that you've applied the cinnamon, your plant is able to absorb the nutrients here much better. So what are we going to do? We're going to add extra nutrients into this soil for better fruit production. If you want to enhance fruiting even more, it is time to introduce the second ingredient, which is this right here, folks. Bone meal. I'm revealing this because it's what I use here, and it's a reward for you who stay until the end of the videos because it's at the end that we reveal the biggest secrets. Look, here we have some organic bone meal. And what we are going to do after applying our cinnamon to the plant is exactly this step right here. With a little spoon like this, I'm going to take some of my bone meal. This also works with wood ash, okay folks? I like bone meal because it's more concentrated. But you're going to take the bone meal here, see, and put one spoonful on this side and another spoonful on that side of your plant. So we're going to sprinkle the bone meal all around our pot without touching the trunk just yet, see? Once you've added it, now we're going to mix this bone meal into the soil. So we're going to mix this bone meal into the surface of the soil here, because now every time we water our plant, the bone meal, which is rich in phosphorus and calcium, two essential elements for flowers, fruit, and the plant's strength, will release all these nutrients directly to the roots of our plant, thus encouraging flowering and fruiting. This works for any fruit-bearing plant. Once that's done, you can now come in with the watering can and give it a watering. Guys, this isn't to water the plant right now. The plant has already been watered. This is simply to release all the nutrients into the soil, directly to the roots of our plant. So it's a light watering. You don't need to soak it at this stage of fertilization. Now, it's really important for you to know what I'm about to tell you, because this is where most people make mistakes. This is a fertilization that you should do on your plants every 60 days. Do this fertilization together with the one using cow manure or chicken manure. So 1 month you fertilize with cow or chicken manure, and the next month you use cinnamon and bone meal. This way your plant gets all the nutrients it needs to produce quickly. Soon you'll see this lychee right here bearing fruit. You can see it's healthy enough to even grow roots, right? And it's not a coincidence, okay folks, that my fruit trees bear so much fruit. It's all about balance. Never overdo it. Always follow the guidelines we share here, the timing, the amounts. Then you'll see that balance. Balance is what leads to this amazing production. This is a plant that's in the ground, see? And look, it has a lot of fruits forming here, and some have already formed. Let me show you here, see? Guys, we're talking about a plant that just finished producing. Look, see? There are still fruits on the tree that haven't even fallen yet, and it's already flowering again. There are other fruits here that are still forming, still green, but soon they'll be ready to eat. So the plant doesn't stop producing when you give it the right nutrition, and you see fruits forming, flowers blooming in all kinds of plants. Look at this acerola tree, it's loaded. There are a lot of green acerolas here in the video, I don't know if you can see them, but there are ripe acerolas, green acerolas, and flowers forming. Just avoid fertilizing like this on plants that are very sick. I also like doing this here to help the fertilizers penetrate the soil so hydration reaches all the way down. The important thing is to pay attention to the signals your plant is giving you. If it's healthy with new leaves and new shoots, if it's doing well, you can do this, because then I do recommend it. If it's a little sick, a bit weak, then I recommend you check out the other videos we've made here on the channel teaching how to revitalize plants that are weak or sick. This video and the others are precisely to teach you for free how we take care of our plants professionally to greatly increase both the yield and the flowering of our plants. But you have a mission here on the channel. Here in the comments section, leave your rating from 0 to 10 so we can know how good this content is for you. Leave your review, your score from 0 to 10, the city you're speaking from, and your name so we can see how far we're reaching. Give the video a like if you enjoyed it. More important than that, share this video with someone who needs it. Guys, just click on share and you help one person, or better yet, several people. Don't forget to also activate the notification bell, because that's the only way to make sure you'll receive the next videos here on the Plantas channel. All the products, including bone meal that we use, we leave the links here in the video description so you can access them in case you don't have a quality product at an affordable price in your city. Here we leave everything in the description for you to access, including the link for those who want to support our channel. I really want to thank the dozens of people who are supporting our channel here on YouTube. We offer this content for free, but we are rewarded with your views and support. Here in the description link, you can also support our channel. I'll leave a suggested video for you to learn more about plants. A big kiss to your heart, and see you in the next video. Bye-bye. If you find your plant like this, look, full of holes all eaten up overnight, today I'm going to show you a method that gathers all the slugs, snails, and shell snails in one place. And I'm also going to show you a mistake that 90% of people make, and it's exactly what causes these slugs and snails to come back. The first thing you need to understand is that slugs don't come out in the sun, okay? These creatures emerge at night. They thrive in conditions of humidity and darkness. This means that if you have a slug infestation in your yard, you also have the ideal environment for them. So there's absolutely no point whatsoever in just spreading poison around your yard. What you really need to do is make them come to the poison, and then you'll successfully eliminate the entire population with it. If you spread it all over the yard, you'll just be feeding the slugs and snails, and they can inflict a staggering amount of devastating damage to your plants. They eat a large part of your plant's leaves in a very short time and multiply at an incredibly rapid and extraordinary rate. Some people don't spread the slug killer around the yard, but instead put it in a container and then place that container anywhere. When it rains, it gets diluted. The sun weakens the product and the pests just pass by without any problem at all. You can't get rid of this pest. But now I'm going to show you how the producer actually makes it work and finally gets rid of slugs and all their variants in your yard for good. First, you need to go to the specific place where there is a slug infestation, right where your plants are being attacked and where it's very humid. They love these damp places with lots of plants. In fact, just look at how many slugs I've already managed to get rid of here. But I know there are more because they multiply a lot, really a lot. And now I'm going to prepare this area right here next to me. Look. In fact, there's another dead one over there. Look. It's daytime now, so why can you see them? Because they've already been eliminated. Now we're going to fight them again to get rid of them for good. Fighting them just once doesn't work. You have to keep at it consistently. And what you need to fight them is very simple. First, you'll get a small plastic storage container, even one from your kitchen that you won't be using anymore, and now it'll be used only for fighting slugs. I have a little plastic container here, and it's no use just placing it on top because the slug can't climb up this, or if it can, it's certainly not the best way for you to fight it. What you're going to do is this. You'll dig a small hole and bury this container right here until it's perfectly level with the ground, to make it much easier for the slugs to crawl inside. It doesn't need to be very deep at all. You'll just dig a small space here, see, just enough to fit our container. All you say, ooh, I'll even show you some impressive results over there from just 2 days after I first set up this trap. I used another container, I used one of those little cups that come with corn, and the result, guys, was amazing. So look, what I'm going to do is put this container right here and level out the soil again. Right here next to it, okay? This is definitely going to make it much easier for the slugs to get inside. But for this to work, you need to follow all the steps, okay? Watch this video until the end so you don't say later that it doesn't work. Now, if you follow all these steps exactly as I show you, I'm sure your results will be amazing and you'll come back here to thank me later. With our container already in place, what we're going to do now is add the slug killer. We're going to take a little spoon here, see, a small one, and we're going to put just a little bit of slug killer only inside the container. You don't need to put it outside, okay? Just inside here. And this can't get damp. So come with me and I'll show you exactly how to do this right. Do you think it's ready? Not yet, because now we're going to do the following. We're going to cover our trap. But if we cover it, how are the slugs going to get in? There's simply no way, right? So we need to cover it in a way that prevents water from getting inside our container, but that keeps the moisture and, most importantly, attracts the slugs. So it needs to be dark. This here will create a dark environment, but we're going to allow the slugs to enter the space by putting a wedge here. And this little wedge will remain positioned on this side. So notice that the wedge isn't blocking the entrance here. They can get through here. I'll even turn it here, look, so it's easier for you to see. See, they'll come through here and have access inside to a humid, dark environment, and most importantly, where they already are. Look at how many plants there are here on the side. And I have left it right here, look, already positioned and turned toward the side where they are, so the scent from the bait with the poison will attract these slugs and snails to our trap. I'm going to show you a trap in action, so you have no doubt that this actually and effectively works, that this is how you get rid of slugs at your house. But look how simple it is. If it rains, it won't get our trap or our bait wet. And besides that, we have a dark environment, ideal for slugs, with the possibility for them to pass through here and on the other side as well, including in an area where they already are, which is where our plants are. Several plants here have already been eaten by slugs. And right here, I already had a trap that caught a bunch of slugs. Look at this. I even throw them away because you can just put them on the soil itself after the slugs die. You can leave them, you don't need to pick them up because here they're already dead. They're not causing any more damage. In fact, some fall inside the little container there. Look, there will be some inside the container. Then you can just dump them here, see, because here they won't do any harm to your plants anymore. Now just take a look at the finished result we got here. I put this small little piece here, see, just to cover it up nicely a bit, you see? Here we cover it, and in 48 hours we already have a bunch of slugs eliminated, you see? Big ones, small ones already eliminated. Here we have it working. Here in 48 hours, the effect already starts. In 48 hours, you already start to see significant results. But on the very first night, you'll already begin to catch them because they are extremely attracted to this kind of environment. Just do it this way and there's no way it can go wrong. Why are we teaching you this here? Because folks, this here destroys your plants, and on this channel our mission is to teach you how to take better care of your plants in a practical, efficient, and tested way with guaranteed results. All you have to do is put the tips from this channel into practice at home and you'll solve your plant problems. You're still not allowed to leave this channel because you can't leave without completing your mission. Here we teach you how to produce fresh fruits, grow beautiful flowers, and even propagate your own seedlings in your home. So if you like this kind of content, go ahead and leave your like, especially if today's content helped you. Leave your rating in the comments from 0 to 10. What score does today's content deserve? Everything we teach here on the channel is free. You don't pay anything. And all of this is thanks to our supporters. If you also want to support our channel, the link is in the description. You can support this channel and help us keep bringing free content about plants and gardening to help as many people as possible. The link is in the description, folks. And the slug killer and other products we use, we've also listed them in the link in the description. If it's not available in your city, you can access it from anywhere in Brazil. There are lots of plants out there suffering from slugs, so share this video with anyone who needs this tip, and more importantly, don't leave this video without watching this next one here. Here, there's a very important tip that will help you even more in growing your plants. Sending much love, and I'll see you in the next videos. Subscribe and turn on notifications. Alright, bye. I'm out. You won't believe what just one little cup of this can do for your plants. What I'm about to show you now in a really quick video is something even agronomists and plant growers use but nobody knows about. It will help you understand the difference between the plants you have at home and the ones grown by professionals. And then you'll be able to apply the tricks that florists use to make their plants full and beautiful to the plants you have at home. Check out the secret we're about to reveal. The best part is, all you need is a little plastic cup like this to make your plants bloom more, grow all year round, and have this kind of abundance and beauty. So fancy, guys. But this isn't just for flowers, okay? You can also apply this to your succulents, on your indoor potted plants, or even on fruit trees. And why not in your thriving vegetable garden? Even vegetable gardens in pots benefit from this process. Anyone who grows plants knows how sad it is to see your plant's leaves turning yellow, the soil drying out too quickly, which leaves your plant without hydration, and the fertilizer disappearing from the pot too fast, making your plant weak. It's really sad, isn't it? And I know that it's one of two things. Either you've been through this or you know someone who has. But there's something that very few people tell you, and I'm going to reveal it to you now. Most plants don't die from a lack of love. What actually happens is a lack of continuous fertilization and oxygenation in the soil. Without these two things, any plant will look bad to the point of dying. And that's why I decided to share this technique with you so you won't have to go through the struggles I did. You're going to poke holes in the cups like this. See, with holes here, it doesn't have to be exactly the same holes. No, you can do it with a hot piece of metal. You can heat up a nail on the stove, on the flame, and then go around making holes all around the cup. Some holes at the bottom, a few on the sides. There's no set pattern. No, it's just that we need this cup to have holes in it. Look how simple it is to do. This technique is so simple, so clever, and so powerful that I was embarrassed I hadn't learned it before. This is great for any type of plant, and for you if you don't have much time to take care of them and want to always have healthy and beautiful plants. But there are some secrets you need to know, and I'll reveal all of them to you by the end of the video, because if you do it the wrong way, it won't work. In fact, it will definitely harm your plant. The details really matter with this technique, okay everyone? This little cup here, full of holes, is the most important detail, but for now we're going to set it aside for a bit and grab a pot with plenty of holes at the bottom. The pot you use to plant your plant absolutely needs to have drainage holes. It can be any pot, any size, and any type of plant. Now, you're going to take a sheet of toilet paper and place it here at the bottom of the pot, see? We're going to put these sheets of toilet paper to cover these little holes. But Weny, how is the water going to drain? Guys, the water goes through the toilet paper. This paper that we put here is just to prevent the soil we're going to add to this pot from falling through the little holes. So for a pot this size, we used only 3 sheets, and now on top of these sheets, we're going to add gravel. Here you can use fine gravel, the kind used in construction. I put it here on top of the soil. We're going to make this layer of stones up to this little mark on the pot here, which indicates the drainage layer of the pot. All done. Look, we've already made the drainage layer in the pot, and now I'm going to add the substrate, the planting soil, because we're going to plant our seedling. And this is where the secrets begin. We're going to start adding the substrate, but we're not going to fill it up to the fill line yet. We're going to leave some space precisely so we can plant, our seedling, and also so we can make our technique work. We're going to use our cup technique, but first we're going to remove this plant with the root ball. Preferably all in one piece. It's really quite hard, as you can clearly see. The roots have already grown right through the hole at the bottom here, Mo. So we're going to take this entire plant and carefully place it in the pot right in the center, just like you're normally used to planting. And now this is exactly where we're going to use our little cup full of holes, which from now on is no longer just a simple cup, and I'll explain to you the reason why. With the seedling positioned perfectly in the center and the cup on the side, now I can finish filling this little pot here with the substrate material. So we're going to put the planting soil in here. Let me move this little seedling aside and let's fill in all the sides of this pot, adding all the planting soil as usual. However, always making sure to prioritize the little cup here in this pot. We're always going to keep it here at the same height as the pot, okay? And we're going to fill it with soil up to just below the rim of the pot, about 2 or 3 fingers from the top. I'm putting substrate everywhere except inside the little cup, okay guys? I'm even going to remove this yellowed leaf here so you can clearly see exactly what we're doing. You see that the substrate is a little below the top of the pot, but the little cup isn't. The little cup is leveled at the same height as the pot, so just take a look at how it turned out here. The cup is here, and here we have our plant. And now comes the secret, okay? Look at how beautiful this plant is. But for it to stay this beautiful, now we're going to apply the technique that professionals use to make plants much more beautiful and for much longer. My dear friend, this is no longer just a cup. I have here, look, small pieces of charcoal, and I'm going to put them in here, which has now become a portable composter. We now have a composter right in our plant in the pot. Notice that the cup sits above the level of the pot. I'm going to explain why that is. From now on, any fertilizer you use on your plant, you're going to put it directly into the little cup. Look here, I have bird manure here, chicken manure. You're going to put it in the little cup, which has become a portable composter. Take those crushed eggshells, which you have saved and blended in your blender, and then you will also put them right here inside our portable composter. For your leftover fruit peels and vegetable peels, all you have to do is chop them up into pieces just like this, and then simply toss them here inside your composter. All of this turns into fertilizer, organic and natural compost. I just suggest that you put only organic and natural fertilizers in here so your composter will actually work. But now I want you to pay very close attention to this important step. To avoid smells, bugs, and to keep everything clean and organized, each and every single time you add anything that will decompose, you should cover it with some potting soil. You can also use sand, but you really need to cover it well so that composting can happen in a perfectly efficient way. Just imagine how wonderful this will be over time, because you'll never run out of fertilizer again. And do you want a golden tip that I use and highly recommend to everyone? It's this right here, look. Just take a small spoonful of this fertilizer, which you can easily find at any pet supply store or garden center, and put it right here inside the composter. Guys, for those who don't know, this is bokashi. Bokashi is one of the most powerful fertilizers you can use on your plants in a natural and organic way. It can be any brand, okay? And if you can't easily find it in your city or region, or if the price is too high where you are, you can check the link I've left here in the video description. All the products I use here in the nursery, I leave the links in the description so you can access them. And now, like I said, whenever you put any organic material in here, cover it with a little bit of soil afterwards. Every time you water your plant from now on, nutrients will be released through these little holes in a controlled and continuous way. And now you finally have a wonderful purpose for all those leftover food scraps you have at home. Things like vegetable peels, fruit skins, materials like crushed eggshells, and even the dry leaves from your yard. You can do this in pots with any kind of plant. Now, my dear friend, with your lovely pot already looking beautiful and full, and with your portable composter installed right here, you can water abundantly, water the green leaves, water the rich soil, and most importantly, make sure the water gets deep inside right there inside your composter, because from that very moment on, the essential nutrients start to be released into the earth. And that's why it needs to be above ground level, so that whenever you water, there's space for the water to drain down and start releasing all those nutrients directly to your plant's roots. Always make the first watering very abundant, okay everyone? As we always say, the first watering is one of the most important steps when transplanting or planting seedlings. But now we've reached a very important moment in this video, which is when you come here to the comment section and leave your feedback. I want to hear your opinion. Leave a comment with a number from 0 to 10 to let me know what rating you give today's video, whether it helped you, didn't help you, or even if you think it might help other people. And if you still haven't subscribed to the Plantas channel, now is the time for you to click and subscribe, and most importantly, activate the notification bell, the bell right down here, because that's the only way you'll know whenever we bring a new video with information like this here on the channel. And don't be selfish, this information helps you and it helps other people too. So click on share and share it in your family groups, your friends groups, and on your social networks so more people can have access to this information and take better care of their plants. I know everyone wants to know, so I'll leave the link down below. All the products we use in our nursery, the ones we used in this video. Just go to the description of this video where you'll find the website link so you can access and purchase it in case you can't find them in your city or if the price there is too high. And don't stop learning. Right here on the side, I'll leave a suggested video for you to keep learning how to better care for your plants. I'll wrap things up here and I hope you enjoyed this video. I'll see you in this video here. A big kiss to your heart. Bye-bye, I'm off. Look how sad. What happened to my rose bush? The bud is about to open, but it started getting infested with mealybugs. Do you see these little white dots here? There are even some little bugs there. Guys, these are pests that attack your plants. This basil plant of mine also tends to get mealybugs, but with 2 ingredients I have at home, and you have them too, all these mealybugs died off completely. What I'm going to show you in this video is a simple and easy recipe for you to get rid of pests on your plants. Whether it's mealybugs, aphids, caterpillars, flies, any kind of insect that's harming your flowers from blooming or your fruits from developing abundantly, just like we always want and are always taking care to achieve. It doesn't matter what kind of plant you have, it will produce and it will produce abundantly, okay? You can relax because today I'm going to reveal this secret to you. Anyone who loves plants knows how sad it is to see the leaves of our plants like this. Ugly, burnt. This here, folks, is a pest, okay? Look how sad it is. We take care of them, give them all our love, all our affection, all our attention, and then, before we know it, pests are here destroying those beautiful plants. Instead of being beautiful like this one here, look, blooming so abundantly and healthy, the pests come and ruin the joy we have of seeing our plant shining brightly, looking wonderful. I've tried everything around here until I discovered this combination, which not only gets rid of all kinds of insects and pests, but also improves the health of our plants and restores them so they keep producing flowers, bearing fruit, and looking spectacular. Just like this, the way we like it, filled with abundant, beautiful, and healthy flowers, along with lush, vibrant green leaves. That is what a plant we truly care for should have. Because we put so much love and care into it, it feels so discouraging if it does not bloom with beautiful flower buds. We get quite sad. Or if it does not bear fruit abundantly in the exact way we hope and work so hard for. We get really disappointed, do we not? Tell me, have you ever hoped to harvest fruits or flowers from your plants and ended up disappointed because of a pest attack? Everyone's been through that, right? And to make this pest eliminator, it's really simple. You'll need 500 milliliters of water. Tap water is fine and it won't be a problem at all. Into the 500 milliliters of water, we're going to take apple cider vinegar and add 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls of apple cider vinegar to our solution mixed into the 500 milliliters of water. And now we're also going to add a very shallow spoonful, okay? It doesn't need to be a full spoonful, no. It should be a shallow spoonful or half a spoonful of neutral dish soap. The dish soap can be any brand, but it needs to be neutral. Neutral dish soap is usually either clear like this or yellow. And now we're going to mix it very gently, really slowly, okay? The vinegar will destroy the protective layer of the pests. And the dish soap helps the product penetrate the pests, ultimately suffocating all the insects in just a few short seconds. The action is very fast and there's no need to overdo it with the ingredients. Just follow the dosage we're giving you here in this video and you can't go wrong and there's no risk. You probably already know that these recipes are very simple to make, but the real secret is in the proportions, so stick to the right proportions. After that is finished, just put it right here. Look, inside the container you'll use to apply the product. This is a spray bottle. Because we're going to apply this product, I'll show you now directly onto the leaves. But pay attention, okay? It's not just about applying this product here and expecting your plant to recover on its own. When you apply this the way we're about to teach you, it will fight off a wide variety of pests and insects that attack your plant seconds. But I'm also going to teach you how to restore and revitalize your plant's strength, which has already been drained by the pests that attacked your plants. But first, let's learn how to use this anti-pest insecticide solution. When the weather is like this, cloudy, you can apply it to your plants. But ideally, you should prefer to apply it either at the end of the afternoon or early in the morning. Late afternoon is the ideal time. Now, using the spray bottle, you're going to spray this solution on top of the leaves, and more importantly, you're also going to spray it underneath the leaves, folks, because that's where pests usually hide. You can apply it to the whole plant. This won't harm your plant as long as it doesn't come into contact with the sun. If you apply it today, tomorrow your plant can be exposed to the sun without any problem because the product will have already disappeared from your plant, and along with it, the pests will be gone too. It only takes a few seconds for all the pests to be eliminated. And now that you've dealt with the pests on your plant, don't think that's all there is to it. Your plants ended up like this because they're lacking some nutrient. And most people who have already left the video are going to miss the most important part. So let me congratulate you since you're still here watching this video, because now you're going to find out what you need to do to make sure this doesn't happen to your plant again. It will always stay strong, healthy, and free from pests, able to fight off any pests that try to attack it all on its own. I'm going to show you the fertilization method I use to strengthen the plant and make it produce lots of flowers, so you can even pollinate them yourself to generate new seeds on your plant, make seedlings, and really make it strong, okay? To fully strengthen my plant, today I'm going to show you this, which is one of the most complete fertilizers on the market and 100% organic. I'm going to reveal which fertilizer this is. You'll be able to get access to it and restore any plant, even if it's weak, even if it's sick, even if you think it's about to die. This fertilizer here has all the nutrients your plant needs to strengthen its roots, strengthen its leaves, produce flowers, and even fruit plants will produce more fruit with this fertilizer because it's complete. You just saw that I used only 1 spoonful of this fertilizer here on this plant, and it's enough to use 1 spoonful every 30 days. This fertilizer here is very complete. Why is it complete? Because it's 4 in 1. This fertilizer, which comes completely ready to use, contains castor cake, rock phosphate, bone meal, and chicken manure. Chicken, that's why it's a 4 in 1 formula. It's an organic fertilizer with low odor. You don't need to do anything. It comes ready to use. And it's a source of calcium, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and especially organic matter, which is rich in essential micronutrients to make your plant stronger. It enhances the biology of soil, bringing more life and essential nutrition. All of this in just 1 fertilizer. Based on everything we know about the market, it is entirely possible that someone might try to counterfeit this product, but the original looks exactly like this, see? It's a little powder mixed with some pieces that look like bits of wood, but they're not. Take a look at how it comes so you don't get deceived by fakes. If you want to get it in its original form, I'll leave the direct link to my website here in the description, or someone might even comment below where you can find this original fertilizer. If you go to the website in the description, you'll find it at wplantas.com.br, the original one, straight from the manufacturer, with free shipping all over Brazil. Depending on the quantity, you'll be able to get free shipping on this product here. And it's the most complete organic fertilizer available today for use on plants, and it comes ready to use. It's a fertilizer from Max Green. I'm not sponsored, no. I use it, recommend it, and also sell this fertilizer through our website for people who don't have access to this product, with a guarantee that it's original in your city. After you've added a spoonful of this fertilizer, you can come and water your plant as usual, and this fertilizer will already start releasing phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, calcium, and micronutrients into your plant's soil. And it will already start the restoration process. It will begin to regain the energy that was drained by these pests, because when pests attack your plant, they suck out its energy and nutrients, leaving your plant weak. But by fertilizing with a small spoonful every 30 days, 1 spoonful is for small pots, okay? If you have larger pots, you can use 2 spoonfuls every 30 days, once a month. My mission, as you already know, is to bring you tested, free, and proven tips for you to apply to your plants and actually get results. And your mission is to help me with my mission. So please leave your own rating for this video down here in the comments section. Chill. Just comment from 0 to 10 and tell us what score you think today's content truly deserves. Leave your score from 0 to 10 here in the comments. And to ensure you don't miss any of the next lessons we'll be giving here on the channel, you need to be subscribed and make sure to activate that notification bell icon. Because that's truly the only way you'll be notified every time we bring new content here, Saki. So go ahead and turn on the notification bell right now and share this helpful content with someone who needs it and loves plants. For sure, this content will help to save many plants, maybe even the gardens of people who are currently struggling with pests all over Brazil. All the items we use in our videos, including today's video, will be available through the link in the description at the store wplantas.com.br with shipping all over Brazil. Just access it right now if you want to try it and see for yourself the amazing results you see here in our videos. I strongly recommend that you watch this video that's appearing on your screen right now. It's a video I suggest you watch to binge and learn more about growing plants. A big kiss from my heart to yours. See you in the next video, and I'll see you there. Bye bye, I'm out. I know it might sound like an exaggeration, but this little mixture I'm going to teach you today has already eliminated aphids, caterpillars, mealybugs, and even leaf miner larvae in a matter of seconds here in my garden. Even my jabuticaba trees, which were covered in aphids and mealybugs, I was amazed by the results. It got rid of everything. And you'll see how simple it is to make this solution at home without spending any money, okay? Anyone who grows plants knows just a slight change in the weather and pests start to show up. There are hungry caterpillars that start eating the leaves, tiny aphids that suck the sap from our plants, and even sticky mealybugs that cling to everything. Mealybugs show up quite a lot, but there are also those annoying flies that keep appearing non-stop in our garden at certain times of the year. I myself have already spent money on expensive pesticides and they didn't solve anything. Not to mention the risk to our health and to the beneficial creatures in our garden like ladybugs, for example. That's when I decided to try out this natural recipe, which anyone can make at home too. Now pay close attention so you can see how simple it is to make. We're going to need 1 liter of clean fresh water, and into this 1 liter of water we'll add our very first ingredient. There will be 4 ingredients in total, folks, that make up this powerful homemade insecticide. It's also antifungal, okay? The first ingredient we need is 1 teaspoon of powdered pepper. Science has already proven that powdered pepper acts as a natural insecticide. But now let's add the second ingredient to make our recipe even stronger. Now we're going to add some neutral liquid dish soap. This ingredient will work by breaking down the pest's protective layer. They have a natural protective layer, and the dish soap will improve our solution by breaking down this protection so that the insecticides we add to our solution will be more effective and work faster. So for the dish soap, we're going to add a slightly larger spoonful, what we call a tablespoon of neutral dish soap. Now to our solution, we're going to add exactly 3 tablespoons of this ingredient here, which is one of the most effective ones, alin. This here is vinegar, specifically apple cider vinegar. Guys, it's 3 full tablespoons, and the vinegar effectively changes the pH level, which will inhibit pests and really keep them away from our plants. It works by eliminating pests and also preventing them from coming back. And now we're going to add the last ingredient, which is ground cinnamon. Many already know that ground cinnamon is antifungal. It prevents fungi and it also helps with healing. It will effectively help heal the small holes that the plant got from those pests. So just 1 teaspoon of ground cinnamon is more than enough to make our mixture absolutely perfect. But it doesn't stop there. Pay close attention to the next steps. Our mixture has already received the ingredients, and now we are going to mix these ingredients together, mixing them well. I don't suggest that you mix it too quickly, otherwise the detergent will foam a lot, and that's not what we want. Mix it like this slowly, but until it becomes very homogeneous. You can mix it well. I'm going to skip this part of the video where I mix it so the video doesn't get too long, but I want you to mix this solution very thoroughly until it becomes very homogeneous. Now we're going to show you exactly how you should apply this effective solution, so you can really get great results, avoid any potential risk to your delicate plants, and make sure it works very quickly. It only takes a few short seconds for all the harmful pests to be completely eliminated from your garden and from your plants, leaving them healthy and thriving once again. Now our solution is ready, but we need to transfer it to the container we're going to use for application. But if you pour it directly into the container and try to apply it, the container will get clogged and you won't be able to use it. So you need to carefully filter this entire solution so you don't end up clogging your sprayer. Okay? We're going to use an old piece of cloth here. Look, it can be an old rag or cloth you have at home, and now you're going to carefully pour this filtered solution into our sprayer. Just imagine the trouble you'll cause for your sprayer if you don't strain the solution properly. And a lot of people just take the recipe and leave the video before we share all of the information and tips. Then, when it doesn't work, the sprayer gets clogged and they say we didn't teach it right. Just look so you can see how important it is to filter, to strain this solution. Now folks, pay attention because the way you apply it is what will guarantee the results. I learned how to make this recipe from an old farmer. At the time he said he didn't even know that pesticides or insecticides existed, and he used this solution. And science proves that this solution, even today, is more effective than many insecticides you find on the market. Now I'm going to teach you how to use it, how to apply it to your plants so you can really get amazing results, just like we do here in our own garden. Come with me. The application is done directly on the leaf like this, okay? But always remember to apply it thoroughly both on the top and the underside or back of the leaf, because that is mainly where those pests tend to hide. They are smart. They hide away from anything you are going to spray. So, apply it carefully to the underside of the leaf to make sure all the pests are being reached by this amazing solution, which acts as both an insecticide and a fungicide. You can also apply it to fruits, trees, or any type of plant, but always try to do it at the end of the afternoon, specifically after the sun has set. That way you don't risk burning your plant by having this solution in contact with the sun if for some reason you can't apply it during the late afternoon. Move your plant away from the direct sunlight, place it safely into a shaded area, and then apply the solution. Always apply it to the entire plant, including the underside of the leaves. The contact of this solution with the pest is what will eliminate it, and of course it will create an ecosystem here, a scent that will provide natural protection, preventing the pest from coming back. And the effect is very fast. If you have a plant that already has pests, just apply it directly and you'll see the pests dying right away. If you're using it like I am as a preventive measure, it also works very well. You should apply it as a preventive measure once every 30 days. If it's for effective pest control, you can apply it once a week until all the pests are gone, and you'll see that the pests won't come back if you use this solution every 30 days. It's truly fascinating. I don't want you to just take my word for it. I want you to try it at home and then come back to this video and tell me about your experience in the comments. But if you can actually see the pests and your plant is already infested, you can spray directly on them and they die instantly. These pests here are already dead. Look, if we touch them, they don't even move anymore. These are mealybugs. They've already been treated with this product, see? There's no life left in them. As soon as you apply it, it only takes a few seconds for this homemade insecticide solution to start working. It's really fast, so you can apply it, and even if the pests are still on the plant, you can touch them and you'll notice they're lifeless. And as you keep watering the plant afterwards, the pests will fall off and nothing will be left there. That way you know that this solution really had the expected effect. My mission? To bring you tested and proven information so you can use it on your plants and have more beautiful, healthy, and productive plants. Now it's your turn. Leave your feedback about this content in the comments below. From 0 to 10, what score would you give today's content? Share this video with that friend who loves plants and maybe doesn't have access to our channel yet with this free and valuable content. And if you haven't subscribed yet or don't have notifications turned on for our channel, do it now down below. Subscribe and turn on notifications because that's the only way you'll get all the content we bring here on the Plantas channel. I'm going to leave a suggested video for you to binge watch our channel, and down below in the description there are important links for you who want to strengthen our work and support this project of bringing this kind of valuable and free information so everyone can have access. A big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video, and binge watch here because there are amazing videos for you. See you. Would you hang a simple bag of water on your plant to scare away pests? It might sound like a strange trick from the internet, but once you understand why this actually works, you'll never ignore it again. A lot of people have already been using this technique on their plants and in their homes and have gotten great results, but there's one detail that makes all the difference and really makes it work, which many people ignore or don't even do. Various insects, birds, and even small rodents are frequently drawn in by the presence of food, movement, and smell. If you only fight them after they show up, you will constantly find yourself struggling to keep up in pest control and will end up losing your fruits at home. Today you're going to learn exactly how to do smart prevention that really works and has been effective for a very long time. The elders use this traditional prevention method a lot to keep away the rats and birds that eat the fruit before you do. This doesn't completely eliminate the pests, it just drives them away so you can harvest your crop. It works for flies, fruit flies, mosquitoes, and several other annoying insects that make your life difficult. And the best part is that everything you need you already have at home. First, you will need a transparent bag. Preferably, it can also be a small plastic bag, but ideally it should be transparent. We will also need regular aluminum foil, which you definitely already have at home or can easily get, just a small piece. We're going to take a small piece of foil here and divide it up like this. We're going to do something very simple with this. Just take a look. Let's divide this little piece into 4 equal parts. With these 4 parts, we're going to make some little balls like this, see? You just crumple up the aluminum foil and make small balls out of it. We have 2 here, so now let's make 2 more. I always put 4 aluminum foil balls here and it works excellently. You don't need a lot. If you want to use more or less, you can, but here I recommend 4 aluminum foil balls. Now with our little bag here, I am going to open it up and place these 4 aluminum foil balls right inside the bag, just like this. Besides that, I am also going to add a little bit of those dried clove pieces to the mix. It's the small clove, but you can use the large clove, whichever is easier for you to find at home. You don't need much because what we need here is just a little bit, see? Let's just add a little bit of clove. So here we have the clove and the aluminum, and now if you have it at home, you can add it. It's optional, okay? But I also like to add just 1/2 of a teaspoon of warm ground cinnamon. Then you'll add that here into the bag as well. Guys, I usually do this with water already inside the bag. We have the water set aside, but since I'm filming, I'll need both hands. So I'll put it in the bag first and then add the water. Now, I also have garlic powder here. Guys, you can use fresh garlic, okay? I'm going to use garlic powder, which I have here at home, and it's easier to add and make this recipe. I'll also add 1/2 a teaspoon of garlic powder to the bag. Now I'm also going to add a little bit of vinegar. You don't need much, okay guys? Just a little bit. Now we're going to add just a couple of drops of your favorite essential oil. You can use whichever scent works best for you, but the ones that really work the best, guys, are lavender essential oil or even a bit of peppermint. You're just going to add a little bit more of that essential oil to our homemade solution right here. And now we're going to add water to our bag here, okay? This bag will take about 500 milliliters of water, all right? Let's pour it in here, trying not to spill everything. We're working with a bag that's flexible, right? And look how it turned out. Now I'm gonna give it a gentle mix here, okay? I haven't tied the bag yet, but we will tie it. I'm just gonna mix it here so everything can start working. Take a look at how our bag is going to look. Now what we're going to do is very simple, folks. You saw that everything we used here you already have at home. It's all easy to get, right? Now we're going to tie up this bag here. What I like to do is this. Fold the tip of the bag and then with the help of a string, we tie a knot here like this. I'm gonna tie this knot here in a really simple way so you can see exactly what we're doing, okay? It's a simple knot. And then we'll just reinforce it here. Since we're filming, it's a bit harder to do it here by myself, okay? We're not resting it on anything and you really need to see this whole process happening in a simple and easy way. So you can do it at home yourself too. We've closed the bag, but if we leave it like this, it won't work. Everything is inside and there's no smell coming out because it's sealed. All right then, so what are we going to do now? We're going to need to make some small holes here, see? So the odor can escape so that the smell can easily get out. 4 little holes like this, see, above the water level are enough because now the smell inside acts as a repellent against insects. I'm going to explain exactly why this method works so well, but first, I'm going to cut this piece of string right here which will hold our homemade insecticide. And now, I'm going to tie a little knot at the end of our string so it's easy for us to hang it up in just about any location where we want to place this prevention device against rodents, hungry birds that eat our fruit before we do, flying pests, insects, flies, and mosquitoes. Look, now I can already hang it anywhere I want. I'm going to explain to you exactly why this works scientifically, but I can just come here just like this and hang it right where the pests are attacking my plants, or I can also hang it in many other places around my house to deter rodents and birds. You know when you leave your cooking pots and stove outside the house and the birds come trying to open the pots and eat the food that's sitting on top of the stove? It's a real problem. You can also use this here to prevent that kind of situation. So why exactly does this work? The water creates a natural lens effect and the aluminum foil multiplies the reflections. Flying insects have vision that is extremely sensitive to light, and this intense reflection completely disorients them. Additionally, birds always avoid areas with steady glares. They simply don't like high levels of brightness and reflections. This isn't superstition, this is a visual stimulus working in your favor, right there in your home. But that's not all because the smell also plays a big role in this solution. Vinegar gives off a sharp acidic odor. Lavender and mint are excellent natural repellents. And rodents, rats, mice, any kind of rodent absolutely cannot stand and truly detest these specific scents. So here you create an environment that is visually and olfactorily uncomfortable for these types of pests, insects, and things that come to disrupt our lives a bit. So you can also use this in various other environments. For example, you can position the device on branches that are near the fruit, but you can also use it on windows, doors, vegetable gardens, and even on outdoor balconies. always leave it where there is exposure to light. Right here it's in the shade now, but later as the sun moves, light will shine here and this will increase the reflection, which will further help to combat these types of problems we have here. For example, wasps love to pierce our jabuticabas, and this here is what has been preventing that kind of situation, so we can actually harvest our ripe fruits. You can make it and leave it for up to 15 or 20 days. After that period, you can replace it because the smell won't be as strong as it is during the first 20 days. It's simple to make. You have